The back seat. Check the back seat.
All right, come here.
Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
The crossover is powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John and Josh are here. Hi, boys.
Hi, John.
Hello.
What's happening?
I looked at the forecast and it's going to be like this for at least another week.
I know, man.
I'm not happy.
Yeah,
You're not happy with the weather.
We've now reached the dog days.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to Los Angeles, so
Yeah, what's the temps like out there?
mid 80s.
Oh, wow. You
Yeah.
jerk.
But 75 near the ocean.
You excited?
Yeah, it's gonna be fun.
You guys sharing a hotel room?
No, we all got our own room.
What?
Yep.
Wow,
Where's the-
congratulations.
Where's the fight?
It is at BMO Stadium where LAFC soccer team plays.
Is that the
Where the
Chargers'
Chargers play?
former stadium?
Yeah, that's what I was
Yeah.
going to ask. It is?
Yeah.
So what's that, like
Interesting.
20,000, 18,000?
Something like that.
I think
yeah.
wasn't it 25?
Is that what it was?
It might be
I liked that stadium. That was cool because it was just so weird and different.
Well, it was cool and weird and different because the other team's
Oh,
fans filled the
John.
joint.
They invaded that place because back then it was the StubHub Center.
StubHub.
Dignity Health Sports Park. That's what you said, John?
BMO.
Let's see. How
BMO
many?
Stadium.
Are you guys staying close to the stadium?
I think we're staying fairly close. Yeah.
Where is
We're
where
at the-
is that stadium in proximity in just the greater LA area? Do you know?
No idea.
Okay.
No, I'm just getting on the plane and going.
All right.
I should get Dan to do a vlog.
So real quick, this is actually a different stadium.
It is a different
This is a
one?
different
It
stadium.
is?
BMO is different.
The
Bonk
Chargers
of
played in the
California.
Galaxy Stadium, right? In where the LA Galaxy play.
Let's see. Dignity Health
Are-
Sports Park.
There are two LA
Yeah, there's LAFC and there's LA Galaxy.
in the MLS.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
That's kind of
this
weird.
is where. So the other one is where the Galaxy play.
Yeah.
That's what you said. Okay.
Okay.
BMO is where the
LAFC.
plays. There you go.
So
Okay.
where
Looks like
is-
they're about the same size. 22,000.
So where is this stadium located?
I don't really know a whole lot.
Where's the
about Los-
closest In-N-Out burger? Because that's the most important question.
So, like, John, if I were to say like streets, would that help you?
Not really.
Okay, I was gonna say I'm gonna be.
Neighborhood.
Not the, and
It's
you
off
know,
the 110. I don't know what any of
Okay,
these.
I
I
don't
don't know anything about Los Angeles.
Yeah, I can't say I.
Here
the
we
only
go.
thing I know is that the airport and SoFi are right next to each other.
Well,
It's,
southwest of Pasadena, a little south, north of Long Beach, northwest of Anaheim.
Okay, so you're a little north of.
Oh, there's the
It's
5.
it's just south of downtown LA.
okay.
Okay.
And where are you guys staying?
We're staying at it's called the USC Hotel, actually.
Really?
As in the University of Southern California.
Yeah.
Let's see. What kind of drive are we looking at? Oh, wow. That's really close.
Yeah.
It's not even a mile away. Oh, you can walk there.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yep.
Oh, that's
well,
gonna be
you might want to
perfect.
scout the area before you decide to.
But they're
walk
doing
there.
like
Mm.
the grand entrances and all that stuff on Santa Monica Pier,
That's
which
far
is
away.
far
right?
away.
Yes, it
Yeah.
is.
So
Yes, it
it's gonna
is.
be interesting.
The pier is a half hour. It is 16 miles away, half hour away.
Yep.
Wow. That's so weird how long it takes to go places. I've never been to Los
God.
Angeles before.
Never.
Nope. I'd like to go. Everyone always says it kind of sucks, but I'd
Yeah,
like to.
It's not the greatest, but
I don't like traffic, but I'd like to go someday.
If you go up to like Santa Barbara and stuff along the coast, it's freaking gorgeous. It's
Yeah?
amazing up there.
While you're in there, Google the route between Jackie Robinson Stadium
Okay.
and Dodger Stadium,
Okay.
because this was my most infamous moment in Los Angeles.
It is 16 miles apart. And it says that it is a 29-minute drive as of this exact moment.
So
So that's west to east.
So when we were out there for the 2012 baseball regionals, UCLA was
Yep.
hosting. We got tickets to a Dodgers game, but
And you were over by by Jackie
well,
Robinson?
no, yeah, me and David David Gustafson, we were at the hotel, but we had to go pick up Rob Anderson and Shannon Pivovar, who was our baseball SID at the time. They were at Jackie Robinson Stadium because they were doing the whole pre-tournament meeting stuff. And so we got the rental car, we picked them up, and we were going to cut it real close to first pitch. And I tore like a bat. I mean, I was driving like a Los Angelino. I was driving like an idiot. I mean, I'm swerving in and out.
You were driving
Rob
like
and
people
Shannon
you hate
are
on
white
the interstate.
knuckling it in the back seat. David's like, he's my lookout on one side, saying, "You're clear, go." And we did make it.
You got there in time?
Well, we would have made it in time for the first pitch, but I'd never been to Dodger Stadium before,
So you wanted to take it all in.
And I didn't realize that how Dodger Stadium, when you watch baseball and you see the sky, the shots from the blimp and everything in Dodger Stadium,
Ravine.
You don't realize that Dodger Stadium really doesn't have a front entrance because the stadium is literally built into the side of the ravine.
Mm-hmm.
So, like how Wrigley Field, you got the marquee out front, and most ballparks, you got the main entrance behind home plate. There's no such thing at Dodger Stadium. And the parking, you're like basically parking on a tiered hill, right? So we parked in one spot and didn't realize our tickets were all the way at the very top.
Oh.
And so we would have made it, but I was still proud of myself. To this day, I still get grief from both Shannon and Rob that I almost killed them.
But they're still alive.
And the car was never damaged. And I did a great job. I'm an excellent driver.
And one of the best friends you'll ever have.
Yeah, one of the best. But I think the route took us right through Beverly Hills. Like I remember seeing Rodeo Drive.
Yeah.
I remember seeing Rodeo Drive. It was kind of like the scene in Vacation where it's like, "Hey kids, Big Ben, Parliament." We're like, "Hey, Rodeo Drive."
So yeah, it looks like, John, there might be another way where if you were to go north and then back south rather than
I
south.
think that's the way.
Because there's Beverly Hills, so you probably would have went that way.
So we went that way.
So you went through West Hollywood.
Yeah, because I remember seeing Rodeo Drive.
Yeah, we walked with the UNO women's basketball team. We were out in LA, not this past season, but the year before, and we had an off day. They wanted to go to Rodeo Drive, so we went and walked around there, and nobody bought anything because we're all poor.
Yeah, I just cannot imagine the deal that you make when you move there is you're going to be in traffic a lot.
Yep.
And as someone like John drives over an hour, but John drives about the number of miles to minutes. It's pretty much the same.
Right.
It is not in Los Angeles. And
it
so
is
getting in your
definitely
car and being stuck in your car for 4 hours total, 2 hours on either side, like at least if you're in a big city with a train, you can do stuff. You could read, you could close your eyes, you can relax. Like you can't.
There is public transit in LA. It's just not great.
It's not. Yeah, it's not what Like when I went to the West Coast a few months ago, we took the train between Portland and Seattle, and it's like that. It's 4 hours. It's a long time, but it's like I feel like I was actually doing something. And if I wanted to close my eyes, I could close my eyes.
Hey, you're looking out. You're taking in the scenery.
It's roomy,
you get up.
It's not smelly.
Yeah.
There's a
traveling by
bathroom.
train is a lot better than air travel.
Yeah,
it takes longer,
fun.
but it's way more comfortable.
I really enjoyed it. I'd never gone on a train before, and I had a good time.
During COVID, I did go down a YouTube rabbit hole and watch. There's like videos of people who have done the Chicago to San Francisco,
train,
which goes through Lincoln.
I had a friend who did that.
Yeah,
and it looked like that might be something. If you had the time, you'd be like, that doesn't look too bad.
I have always wanted to take the train from Omaha to Denver, but it only goes
it's an
at
overnight
night.
one, right?
It's only overnight.
Yeah.
Yeah. When we're in England traveling, I love traveling by train in England because it's so easy. You can it's like
take the tube,
the tube in London,
and
or just the
like
overland
all on time, all the isn't it?
The overland train, because like my in-laws live out like about by car 2.5 hours outside of London, but you can just hop on the train. Like you don't have to drive, you don't have to worry about finding a place to park. You hop on the overland train, you get into London, you ride the tube wherever you need to go. It's so easy and so comfortable. Like the tube's crowded, but the overland train is like they have nice seats. It's comfortable. You can like read the news on your phone. You can read a book. Like just.
Do they have bullet trains in Europe, or is that more of a Japan?
I think
thing?
that's mostly Japan.
I thought they had.
They have high-speed rail in Europe. I don't know how much there is in England, though.
Okay. Amazing Daniel tweets in on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed. I drove in 5 o'clock freeway traffic from the airport to an Angels game last summer. It was slow and like 20 lanes wide or whatever, but I didn't experience the aggressive drivers I have in other cities.
Yeah, I think in Los Angeles, everyone's just kind of resigned to their traffic fate.
Yeah.
They're ready to sit.
They're not honking all the time.
Yeah.
See, the biggest adjustment for me moving to Omaha was how long it took to get to places.
Yeah.
And it doesn't take long, but I was used to the 1-to-1 ratio.
Yeah, for sure.
My entire life growing up.
Yeah.
Now I come here, it's like, oh, it's 7 miles away.
Well,
It's
you were
gonna
also
take you
used
an
to
hour.
riding the back of an oxen, weren't you?
Yeah.
Yes.
Giddy up, horsey. Giddy up.
That was my oxen's name was Horsey.
Was it?
Yeah. It's a good name for an oxen.
Thank you.
It is. Would not cause any confusion whatsoever.
What's on the agenda today, fellas?
What do we have on the show today? Well,
Liberty.
Yes, we're talking Liberty football. This is the first. It's a first for us.
Cool.
I see. That's one of the reasons why I wanted to do it.
Try new
Hey,
things,
they're
Josh.
going to
What
be.
about Memphis, Nick?
Well, I guess you're right. We've never done Memphis.
Never done Memphis.
Josh, this Liberty could be your gravy.
No.
Ooh, yeah.
I've read many books about Liberty. I grew up with
out
my
on-
dad.
out on Liberty, huh?
with my dad being a pastor, and I don't like what that college stands for.
You and me both, brother.
Yeah, but I can be unbiased, and I mean they're going to be a really good team.
They also have a pretty good disc golf course.
Cool. They're going to be a good team, though.
Nick's gonna
Jamie Chadwell, good coach.
turn heel.
Christian.
He's gonna turn Christian.
Do I have to be Christian to
Big,
go to the
beautiful
disc golf course?
Christians.
If I'm ever in Charlotte, can I be like, can
I don't know.
Can I
Just
do
be
the disc
Mormon to
golf
go
course?
run around the track at BYU.
That's a good question. I don't know.
I don't think you do.
They have
So
a
yeah, we'll do.
detector.
We got them. Mike Schaefer is moving all the way back to 5:15. Dumb
Yeah.
debates, and Mitch Holtis.
Did you hear our USC segment today? We talked to the USC guy.
No, so I was busy, but I got a text from
Busy.
my wife, and she said, "Wow, this USC guy hates Lincoln Riley."
And she's not lying.
Yeah,
Oh man.
he's way out on him.
He was dropping shade.
Wow, interesting.
He's not happy about Lincoln.
And
Riley.
who is this?
He's Scott Wolf from Inside USC.
I know that
Okay,
name. I think we
okay.
might have had him on the show.
I'm pretty
before.
sure we've had him.
And so he is
Yeah.
out on the Lincoln Riley
Oh,
experience.
he's like, yeah, he's just like this guy. He doesn't care about USC's traditions. He's trying to get out
True.
of all the rivalry games.
True.
He doesn't talk to people. He never goes
True.
on campus and meets fans.
True.
He's like, just like, don't like him.
Yeah, and it's funny because that is a university, and Pete Carroll obviously leaned into this very, very well. They want you to be outgoing.
Mhm.
They want you like at
Friend
Alabama.
of the program.
Yeah, at Alabama, you just win them games and they'll put up with whatever you do. But at USC, man, they really like the Pete Carroll types.
Well, the funny thing is, though, if you think about it, Pete Carroll was about the only one who was like that. Because I'm thinking back,
Like John
now,
McKay was.
John McKay wasn't like that.
John McKay, I mean, he was colorful. He was very quotable, but he wasn't like, and I know it's a different time,
Sure.
50s, 60s, 70s. John Robinson, was kind of chill. Ted Tollner, remember that name?
No, I don't know if I've ever heard that. name.
He was. Pete Carroll was like the one guy who I thought really embraced the whole Hollywood of USC, and brought in. I still remember. Was it Will Ferrell? They staged a guy fake jumping off the parking garage.
Yeah. That dude was
They
wild.
landed a helicopter in the middle of practice.
Yeah.
He was something else. He was something else.
Yep.
But yeah, Lincoln Riley, not so much. That dude is, John, you and I have often gotten annoyed over the years by the coaches who are so secretive and everything.
Yeah. I hate that stuff.
That guy is that to a T.
Absolutely.
Lincoln Riley is that to a T.
And we talked about how he suspended a reporter because
That was
he
ridiculous.
didn't like what he wrote. Yeah. But he's also, he also said, he's kind of questionable on how USC is going to fit into the Big Ten. He doesn't think they're going to match the physicality of the Big Ten very well.
Well, their defense couldn't match the physicality of the Pac-12.
Nope, they
So-
could not.
But he's worried about the offense too, like the offensive line not being able to hold up to Big Ten defensive lines. Like,
Yeah.
it's a serious concern.
There's a really fun topic in there about, like, is there ever been a coach who has lost so much goodwill in such a short amount of time
Oof.
that, like that guy,
He's up
quarterback
there.
whisperer, right? He just had another number 1 overall draft pick, and he's done that, 3 or 4 times now? And the other one is Jalen Hurts, who went to a Super Bowl. But, man, the shine is way off of Lincoln Riley.
Big time, and it could wear off real fast after this season.
Yeah, they need some They need to beat like a Michigan.
Because the
Notre
problem
Dame.
here's the problem. It's not like, and it's hard to do this when you're at USC, but they're not sneaking into this conference.
No, they're not.
I know they're not the favorites or anything, but when you look at, I mean, they're 20th in the K Ford. I mean, most of the analytics have them as a top 20, 25 team, which means guess what? You're a playoff contender.
Yeah.
There's a good chance.
You should be winning 8 or 9 games.
In fact, we may see this later today in the mega simulation. The mega simulation didn't take as kindly to USC as USC might like. So,
okay.
Yeah, USC right now, 27% chance. Now, this is conference wins. 27% chance of 6 wins, 26% chance of 5 wins, 17% chance of 7 wins. This is in conference.
Yeah.
I think that's high.
Well, how about this? So they start with LSU, that Sunday night game.
Yep.
Then you have Utah State, and then they're off. But look at this 4-game stretch. And you know, some of these teams.
They go to Michigan.
They're at Michigan, Wisconsin at home, and Wisconsin has questions too. At Minnesota, oh well. But then Penn State, like that's a brutal stretch of football games, and so they're at the midpoint. And
then they get to travel all the way across the country and play Maryland.
Yep, exactly.
The other thing,
and then the Rutgers comes in for that late Friday night game,
super late Friday night game.
And honestly, that Rutgers game could be a make or break type game.
It's also one of those like you bring your lunch pail when you play rugby.
Yes.
Yeah,
like,
Greg Schiano.
You better be tough.
They're going to try and mash your face.
Nothing against Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Penn State, blah blah blah. But that Rutgers game could be the most taxing one because it's going to be the 6th in a row in a stretch of 7 in a row. It's a late Friday. And who knows what their record is at that point. Yep. That could be a very make or break type game for USC.
Heck, even that Nebraska game could be pretty interesting. You know, what's Nebraska
I think
going to be
Nebraska's
like?
Going to have a physical defense.
I think it will be.
Yeah.
I think it will be. I think, dare I say, that's a winnable game.
Yeah,
the other thing that he brought up that I hadn't thought about was that he said he's interested to see how they'll respond to Big Ten road games. Because he said going on the road in the Pac-12, the stadium was half full most of the time, other than when you went to Oregon or Washington. Like everywhere else you go, stadium's half full. It's not very loud. It's not like an intense atmosphere. It's like every time they go on the road in the Big Ten, it's probably going to be a full stadium. The crowd's going to be hostile. They're going to want you to kick their tail. Like so you don't know how they're going to respond to that. And I was just like, I hadn't thought about that, but that is an interesting point.
They're true. We'll call them Big Ten road games because we won't count Washington and UCLA.
Yeah.
Are Michigan, Minnesota, and Maryland.
Yeah, and those are
Michigan's always a full house.
Sure, yeah.
Though I don't know if that's ever like a hostile atmosphere.
It's kind of quiet.
Minnesota will be interesting. I'm curious what some of these teams like a Minnesota who are getting to host USC, how they'll be treated there.
Because they'll probably be like, oh, thank God. Welcome to the Big Ten. They'll want to do that, you know? Now, the one positive for the USC schedule is the traditional, as John called them, Big Ten teams. They're all early enough. Like end of October is when the Maryland game is. So like at least that's a positive. Whereas there are some schools, like we talked about Oregon yesterday in 25 teams. Or no, we did that Monday. And they play a lot of their road games kind of in the mid to late part of the season in terms of the traditional, you know, they play at the Big House, they play Purdue, and they play one more team that I can't remember. I think maybe it's Wisconsin. And those are all later in the season. And so how they deal with, and it gets cold up in Eugene, but obviously it doesn't get Madison, Wisconsin in November cold up in Eugene. So yeah, how they all handled the cross country trips, it'll be pretty interesting.
Yeah, it was interesting talking to him today. How much he hated Lincoln
Yeah,
Riley.
and you wonder if he's like the voice of other folks out there, right?
You never know.
Yeah.
And like Josh said, is he just that guy who's like, oh, that's the reporter who doesn't like
right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I would guess that there's others. I mean, because again, they haven't really clicked. Yeah, they did have a Heisman Trophy winner, but
their defense was an atrocity.
Their defense was awful. I mean, really, really bad. And think about, I mean, this is a program that hasn't been in the title conversation since.
I mean, I guess 2 years ago, they technically did have a chance. Like if they would have beat Utah in the Pac-12 title game, they would have made the playoff. But like we all thought they were frauds that year.
Yes.
And that they would have gotten run off the field by Georgia. So if you're talking about like legit in the title race, dude, Pete Carroll era.
It's been a while.
Got to go back a long, long time.
Yep.
Long time.
Interesting times.
Interesting times indeed.
It's list season.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We got a question that John will love in dumb debates about some of these preseason lists. And I cannot wait to tackle in the happy hour.
More lists.
More of them. John wants more.
I've done a nice job of avoiding lists.
Well, we'll have a question in dumb debate, so you won't be able to.
We love lists.
All right. Enjoy the show, guys.
All right.
Thank you, John.
John Schreiner filling in today for Connor. Man.
Today might be the day for the Happers, by the way. Good
Oh.
luck to Connor and Jackie. Jackie in particular.
Well, yeah, she's the one that's doing all the work.
Yeah.
He's
Good
not
luck.
doing it.
They do call it labor.
He's not doing a damn thing.
Yeah.
By the way,
Oh, come on, America.
South Sudan's at it again. Upset
America's
alert.
second right now in this game.
Upset alert.
Be America first.
How do you feel about this court, John? Is that fine?
Oh, it's
with
better
you?
than okay, listen. You'd have to basically vomit on wood to get a court worse than what Oregon used to
All right,
have.
Oregon's court was great.
Vomit.
I can't,
Vomit.
You know, I'm not excited for college basketball, but John is. I am curious to see what Oregon's new court's looking like. Because remember, they're remodeling.
I saw it. It's
did they announced it?
I don't know.
Is it still goofy?
Well, it's
Oh, here we go.
It's
June
more,
23rd. It just
it's
came out a
more
month
restrained goofy.
ago. Oh, wow.
Man, the United States is just. You can tell these dudes have not played together very often. You're
right.
off sync.
So there are some trees, but they're not as dark. Oh, and there's ducks flying. How cool is that? It's definitely not as. I'll send it to you, Nick. It's not
Okay.
as dark. The tree isn't as dark.
Yeah.
They've soiled it.
We're also keeping an eye on White Sox watch as the
Oh,
Royals just continue to feast on inferior
let's
competition.
go Royals! Did the White Sox lose yesterday?
Oh yeah.
Let's go Royals!
Okay.
This
I
would
don't
be
hate that.
16 in a row
I don't hate that.
if they drop this one and they just gave up another run. It's 6-3 Royals.
Nice.
So we got White Sox watch. We got LeBron watch. Yeah, bring KD into the game. He's our dude.
Oh,
He's our
awesome.
guy.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I wonder if Jason Tatum is going to get a couple of minutes today. You see that everyone's losing their mind because he didn't play in their win a few days ago?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's because he's mid.
I wonder what the total age of the U.S. men's basketball team is.
We are an old
You
team.
could probably look it up.
I
Could.
wasn't the average age like 34?
Is it that old?
I thought it was.
Wow. Yeah, it is an old group.
I mean, how old is KD now?
He'll be 36 next.
Okay, 36.
September.
LeBron's closing in
Insane.
on 40.
Yeah, LeBron's almost 40. Steph Curry's in his mid 30s. Like he's not a spring chicken anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, we got an old ass team.
Nice.
We got an old ass team.
Old man game.
That's true. We're just going to out old man.
Seriously,
game.
just old man him to death.
If they do win the gold medal, they're probably going to be the ones not to go up to the top step of the
Oh yeah.
platform. With,
Maybe they'll take one of those things where they ride up. Can they
Yeah,
ride up?
they just take the little
Congrats, America.
little what do they call that thing?
Yeah, what are
the
those?
Stair.
Yeah, stair
The
scooter.
forgot
stair
what those are
lift.
called.
The stair
Stair
lift.
lift. That'd be fun.
Here we go, KD. Here we go.
Oh,
foul! Get to the line, KD.
I
Good work.
do like the fact that the international game no longer has the stupid or the the
paint.
yeah, but what's the shape? The
Nick, what's it? It's like a rectangle, but it goes out. What's that called?
Like a hexagon?
yeah.
I thought hexagon was a number of sides. It was the same amount of sides.
Again, I didn't do well in geometry.
It was
I don't
4
remember these
sides.
things.
Trapezoid.
Trapezoid.
Thank you, Aaron Papillion.
Yes, trapezoid.
Yeah.
I hated that. It always triggered me. I was like, this isn't basketball. Didn't we invent this sport?
It was a wide ass paint because it
Yes.
would go out near the baseline, right? Isn't that what
No,
it did?
it wasn't that wide.
Okay.
It wasn't that. But it was wide at the baseline, and then it narrowed as it got to the free throw line.
Okay.
Now they're basically, NBA lanes, big ass lanes.
Yeah, I'm looking at the. Yeah, I guess it wasn't as wide as I remembered it being.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It always used to bother me. It was like, this is
It's just so
this isn't
goofy.
basketball.
It's goofy.
All right. The Grum on a Dumb Debates Wednesday is coming up next on 1620 The Zone.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
I hate that thing.
What happened? What's
It's
going
so
on?
slow. It's so
It is
slow.
laggy. It's laggy.
It's
AF.
laggy. It's garbagey.
Yeah, not good.
Hey, at least we have it though, John.
Yeah, but what damn good does it do if I can't get the channel to come up?
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Not gonna mess with it anyway.
All right.
We got all we need. We got White Sox baseball and Team USA.
Here we go. Oh, America up by 5 now. Let's go.
Oh, did you see Jackson Holiday hit a grand slam?
No, I did not.
He did.
Cool.
They called him back up, and he's like, "I'm gonna hit the ball this time," and then he did.
All right. Well, welcome to the Grum, everyone. It is the program brought to you by our good friends at Union Bank, where your money has people.
Nice.
Your money has people, and I just realized I didn't finish
People.
the Grum down.
Oh, John.
So you're gonna get a truncated Grum
Truncated Grum down.
down. I don't know why
Shrunk
I didn't
down.
finish it.
Speaking of money, did you know that you can jumpstart your tailgate season, Nick?
No.
Go
Tell
to
me how.
1620thezone.com. You can enter win $5,000 right now with the kickoff cash sweepstakes. Stay tuned. We're not going to announce anything today, but we got some stuff going on.
We got stuff going on.
This football season that will be awesome.
We got a lot of stuff coming up. So just subscribe today.
Subscribe today.
Subscribe today. Are you talking about to 1620 the email, John?
Yes.
I love 1620 the email.
And what you said too.
the kickoff for cash.
Yeah. Well, if you just go to 1620thezone.com, you can
There's so many things.
You
It's
can
all
kill
there.
two birds with one stone. See, I told you, bring KD in the game, gets a steal, gets fouled. This is our guy.
What do you
We're
think?
riding him the whole way.
What do you think about the basketball in the Olympics, John? A little different looking than the normal basketball.
I am always
Is the
thrown
basketball
off.
bigger?
Always thrown
Same
off
size.
when the ball
Is different colors.
is different colors. Like when
Looks like
back
the
in the
ABA
day
ball.
when you played in the NIT, you played with the red, white, and blue ball.
Like the ABA ball, right?
Like
That's
the
what they did in
ABA
the
ball.
ABA.
Oh,
Very goofy.
That's weird.
But yes, and again, this was our sport.
Mm.
I know it was a Canadian that invented it, but we pretty much this is ours. This is basketball belongs to us. And the damn international people change all the rules. Court smaller, lane does this, the ball looks like.
Do you like
this.
that in college football they have the white stripe?
Oh yeah, I like the
think
white
that's
stripe.
sweet.
I like the white stripes a lot.
I
Great
think-
band.
Nice, Nick. I think that's a really cool look. I love that about the NCAA football.
Yeah, that's
I like
fine.
the white stripes too.
But
You just made that joke.
No, I meant the.
but
on
yeah, the
ball.
Oh, okay.
basketball just needs to be orange with the
Mm.
the black lines. That's all it needs to be.
Okay.
None of this other goofy stuff because it always looks like they're playing with, one of those off-brand balls you buy at Walmart.
It makes the ball look tinier.
It does.
I think the ball looks smaller.
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why they did it. Look at these hands.
Look at these hands.
They're very huge.
21-14. Look at America go.
That's a football score.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. 3 touchdowns on one side, 2 touchdowns on the other. Oh, there's KD again.
Here's the Grum Down
Oh,
brought to you
it's a
by
nice
the
pass.
referees at John Higgins Weather Guard. Is there something we have overlooked?
You asked that question of whom yesterday?
I asked that question of
Sipple?
Sip
Yeah.
yesterday.
I was thinking about it as I was walking Banks around last night, and I was like, you know what? I think I figured something out that we might have overlooked on the show.
Yeah, and of course in reference to the Nebraska season.
Yes. Yeah.
Is there something that we have overlooked?
The Panthers.
No.
Oh,
No. Definitely not that.
We're not necessarily talking about opponents. We're just talking about the team, the Husker team itself.
Yeah.
Something about the team.
they're
Are you gonna-
scared of Panthers.
Are you going to do a vlog from the game?
It could be a fun idea.
I think it could be a great idea. You could be so excited going in, and then You show yourself all
sad
sweaty,
coming out.
and Nebraska's up 28-0 in the first quarter. It'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, why not?
Okay, cool,
It's a
awesome.
fun idea.
1620 the vlog coming
Bye.
back in a month and a half-ish.
Give or take.
Nice.
Yeah, that's the third game of the season.
Third game, yeah. It's the third game of the season.
A radical idea for new football TV window.
John Radical?
No, not these aren't mine.
Oh, but
Radicalized
These
John.
aren't
are you
mine.
endorsing the ideas?
Find out later.
Okay, that is a
Oh.
good tease.
Find out later.
Labor.
Find out labor.
Thinking about the
Find
Happers
out
again.
later.
Good luck to the Happers.
25 teams and 25 grums. The Liberty Flames. One of the prime contenders in the group of 5 for that coveted 12th playoff spot. Remember, the group of 5 team who is highest ranked, who is a conference champion, gets an auto bid to the college football playoff. And Liberty is one of them. Though and pretty much all of them, but especially Liberty, must be perfect.
Yeah, they have a really easy schedule.
If they wish to attain this. And even then, it might not be enough.
Yeah, they have an easy schedule, which is all, like on one hand, a super good thing because they could go undefeated, but also a super bad thing because they're not playing anybody. According to our new friend of the Grum, K Ford, their toughest opponent is ranked 63rd.
Yeah.
Yikes.
We'll have more of those numbers a little bit later on.
Yeah.
Because this is our token group of 5 team in 25
Look at us reaching across the aisle to the G5.
reaching across the aisle and celebrating Liberty. Mitch Holtis will join us with another Chiefs training camp update.
Oh.
Where is Travis Kelce's mind
It's a song.
entering this season?
Where is my mind?
Mhm. The song actually starts
Where
with
is
someone
my
saying stop.
mind? Where? So we'll find out.
So far, the kayfabe romance is still hanging on.
It's almost like it's
Barely.
a real romance.
Well, that's the beauty of kayfabe. You trick everyone into thinking it's real, and it's really not.
Mm.
Mike Schaefer will be a little later than usual today. He usually joins us in this hour, actually.
Yeah.
But he's going to wait until after Dumb Debates. He'll join us in the happy hour today.
Wow. We'll get dumb and then we'll get smart with Mike Schaefer.
From Husker247.com, the Run and Wrestling Connection today. It's SummerSlam weekend.
Oh, is that what you're describing the Summer Olympics running races as? The SummerSlam? More like the running ram.
The Running Ram.
The running ram. It's kind of like
That's
your
what-
football team.
That's
Todd Gurley. Remember when he was a running ram?
I do.
Then his knee just kind of grounded into dirt.
Yeah, but he was good for a long time.
Dude, he was really good.
That's okay. We got Kyron Williams. We got Blake Corum. We're
The
gonna be
Running
just
Ram was
fine.
the weird sequel to The Running Man.
And it is a Dumb Debates Wednesday. You can get in your
Wow.
Dumb Debates today. I forgot to put out the Dumb Debates tweet.
Oh, it's okay. I got one, and then I got some responses, and people forgot the hashtag. Got to remember the hashtag.
Please remember the hashtag. Hashtag Dumb Debates.
Yeah.
And anytime the mood strikes, you could be awakened in the middle of the night by, an urge to go to the restroom, and you're sitting there and you're in your groggy state, and you're like,
I have an idea.
That was a dumb conversation I had. Send that to us into the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620 and use the hashtag Dumb Debate.
And I would say this, double. Make sure you send it in immediately. How many times are you like, oh, I have a great idea.
And then
I'll
you
remember.
forgot.
And then you wake up and you're like, God, I didn't write it down.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
send
then
us
you
a weird
forgot.
email at 3:48 in the morning.
Exactly.
I would love your weird emails.
So you can do it there. J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC 1620.
Nice.
By the way, it's now 31-14.
Holy God. Man, the KD factor. It's real.
Ever since they brought him in, man.
Uh-huh.
His plus minus is going to be huge.
Nice.
You can also email us either your dumb debates or any other comments or questions, or if you've been doing your statistical homework, we're always willing to share. At the Equitable Bank inbox at Equitable, we take banking personal. Answer the phone on the first ring. Josh at 1620thezone.com. John at 1620thezone.com. Nick at 1620thezone.com.
It's where you can find us.
All of us.
And the 42 Degrees the Source hotline by your mom's house.
Excellent. That is a
402
great
951 1620.
Grum down. I feel very ready for the show.
It's a great Grum Down. It's a short Grum Down.
It was a filling Grum Down, though. You know, it's like when you get a nice salad. It's small but filling.
Oh, there you go.
You know.
Also, another week will pass in Fired Up for Football, the Mega Simulation.
Yeah, we'll be in like mid to late November.
We will.
The season will almost be over. College basketball will be back.
In fact, the Mega Simulation coming up in just a few moments.
Well, we're doing it early today.
Yeah, we're doing it well because
of Shafe.
Shafe moved, and so we move around the Mega Simulation. And
the guy who comes on our show for free is asking us to move and disrupt everything. Unreal.
Wait, what is he? Sip?
Yeah. Good one. Good one, Nick. Very good.
It happens. It's one of those things. It's you know.
What can you do?
I don't know.
What can you do?
I don't know what.
You can adjust your schedule, which is what we were going to do today.
And we did. We did adjust our schedule.
Yep.
Let's see. What's on everyone's mind?
Well, I got this, John. I know what's on Tom Osborne's mind.
Oh, T.O.'s back in the news. That's good.
Tom Osborne and Pete Ricketts are doing a bit of a handshake meme.
Pete Ricketts.
Pete Ricketts. You know,
I forget.
Pete.
He's not the governor anymore.
Rub his head. He's a senator now?
Yep. Mr. I'm going to wear a cowboy hat in all these pictures.
Very rural. But according to NTV, what's NTV?
NTV.
What's NTV, John? What is this?
It's Nebraska Television.
Well, there's an ABC logo with it. Why is there an ABC logo with it?
I think those are the folks
is
that
this
like
the Western Nebraska?
I think, yeah.
Oh, is it what's the
Channel 8 and
Werther's? Who owns ABC?
Werther's?
It's like a Werther's.
I have no idea.
Hersher. Either way, the one who sent all those weird videos a few years ago. Anyway, according to Steve White, Steve, don't call me Tony White. It start with an H, Nick? Does it start with an H? Hearst. Are they owned by Hearst?
No, that's Channel 7.
But is NTV?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, that's Channel 7.
Anyway, they are leading an opposition to expanded sports betting in Nebraska. They say, don't keep your money in the state. Go bet in Iowa. That's what Tom Osborne is saying right now.
Pete Ricketts.
And Pete Ricketts.
Ooh, we've got a civil war in the Republican Party.
Yeah. Let's see.
People forget that Governor Jim, Governor Pillen, the hero of the youths.
Is that what they're calling it?
Well, he is. He wants expanded sports gambling. He wants the mobile sports betting.
You think Pete put a bandage on his ear?
Oh, good question, Nick. Anyway, Tom Osborne, Kay Orr, Mike Foley, the wrestler, the actor, and Pete Ricketts released.
That was Mick Foley.
Oh,
that was Mick
bad.
Foley.
My bad.
Mike Foley and Mick. You couldn't get to any more different people. Than Mike Foley.
Don't know a lot about this. Mike.
The lieutenant governor, right?
It just says Foley. I don't know.
Lieutenant governor is two very important words.
The lieutenant governor and the former wrestler known as Cactus Jack / Dude Love / Mankind.
See the guy who had
he had Mr. Sacco.
Nice.
You could not get any more two different people on this planet than
those guys?
Mike Foley and Mick Foley.
Sometimes twins are different. Pete Ricketts released a joint letter opposing efforts to legalize online sports betting. Senator Carol Blood has sponsored one measure that she says would provide property tax relief. Here's an opportunity for us to be forward-thinking and to relieve the property tax burden. How great is that? She told NTV recently. But yeah, these guys have they don't like it. Obviously. One quote. This is from the joint letter. Legalizing online sports betting in Nebraska would turn every cell phone, laptop, and tablet into a gambling device available 24/7. Editors note they can already do that, but illegally. Back to the statement. Online sports betting can lead to new people developing gambling disorders, puts young men in addiction bullseye, and will take money away from Main Street Nebraska businesses. We urge members of the Nebraska unicameral to reject these bills. I'm just a bill. Aaron Papillion writes, I always think it's funny that Pete is against gambling when his family owns a casino in Wrigley Field.
Yes, they do.
Of interest?
Yeah,
much?
They have a sports. I think it's a DraftKings sports book, but they have a sports book / bar. They just built it. It would be on the first base side near the bleachers.
They
build
with that
new building there.
Some people could be mistaken into thinking he doesn't actually stand for anything.
Oh, interesting, Nick.
But I guess it's hard to without a spine.
Nice. Let's see. Another comment coming. Oh, wait, that's not related to this. So, yeah, there you go.
Oh, now what?
Well,
God darn it. I was trying to. This thing annoys me to no end.
Your computer?
Yes.
Well, should get a Mac. Governor
No.
Pillen recently indicated he may support expanded online sports wagering. Quote, I'm a little reluctant to talk about this because I haven't talked to Coach Osborne about it, but the people have spoken. People have spoken. We've approved gambling. Online sports betting is real, and it's spectacular. And it's happening in the state. Whoever wants to do it is doing it, and we're giving all the revenue to our neighbors. Damn it, Jim Pillen, you're right.
He is.
About this. He's spot on about it. We've approved it. It's real. It's already happening in the state. Whoever wants to do it is doing it. And we're giving all the revenue to our neighbors.
But as a natural born Iowan,
yeah,
keep giving us.
Oh, would you stop it? You live in Nebraska now, Nick. You could buy a home someday.
Literally, as you were reading this, I happened to catch this. Thank you again to the For You tab.
Yeah.
Chris Dunker, who covers politics.
Yeah, I know that guy.
For the
I don't know him.
Lincoln Journal-Star, talked to a gentleman from GeoComply. These are the folks who kind of monitor geofencing, right? Not my late dog, sadly, but this is the stuff that doesn't allow you to bet on sports in states that don't have sports gambling.
Yeah.
He says, he tweets, Danny DiRienzo of GeoComply tells the Nebraska legislature's General Affairs Committee that their company has performed 500,000 geolocation checks in a cornfield just off the first exit on I-680 on the Iowa side of the border. He suspects that's from Nebraskans crossing the border to play sports bets, to which Chris tags a photo of this cornfield just across the Missouri River on I-680, where there's that first exit, and says that this is the biggest sports book in Nebraska.
That is amazing. And I love that the numbers back up. Now, I'm a little surprised that is the one. I guess I've always
Do people not know about Carter Lake?
Well, you have to see. That's the thing. Why don't you just go to Carter Lake? It's so much easier.
I feel like this is kind of less of a pain in the ass to get to.
You're
it's right off the
right.
interstate.
You're right.
It can take like 10 minutes.
Yeah, I guess that's true. But Carter Lake is like, there's a spot where I have gone and placed wagers before because there's this little roundabout thing, and I've been there with like 5 other cars. I'm serious. I've gone over there, a few other cars. We're all placing our bets on the FanDuel Sportsbook, promo code 1620.
Or the Circus Sports Iowa
Getting
app.
ready for a weekend of football. And my God, how nice would it be to just be able to do this in Nebraska legally?
You know what the funny thing is?
Pillen is so right.
I guess I don't.
Anyway.
I rarely go this way because 680 north and loop around the north end of Omaha and over into Iowa. This exit literally goes nowhere. I mean, this is the exit right across the river, right? But there's nothing at this interchange. There's no truck stop.
This is the 680 one?
This is what Chris is talking about. This
right
is
on the other side of the Mormon Bridge, right?
Right on the other side of the
I've driven
Mormon
over
Bridge.
that many times. Yeah,
There's
you're
like
right.
a retention lake.
Yeah, you get over there and you're on the interstate for like 2 miles before you actually can do anything else. That's where like you go to Crescent.
Right.
But
the
there is
exit to go to Council
Krispy
Bluffs.
Kreme. That's where you go to Krispy
That
Kreme.
I mean, there is literally
I want some Krispy
there's
Kreme.
literally nothing here, and yet people are driving over.
Amazing.
They're pulling off, probably just parked along the side right as they get on the exit ramp, or turn there on 130th Street. And place their bets and then jump back on the interstate and go back to home.
Wow. And how about that? Pillen versus odd Republicans in disarray. Wow. Very interesting.
The amazing Daniel on Twitter says that farmer should set up vending, like
Oh,
food and stuff.
amazing idea.
Great idea.
This is what, you get the little corn stand, you're selling your tomatoes and your onions, your fresh vegetables.
Or it's just a farmer's market. That's all, dear. I'm going to the farmer's market.
Oh, and you're not lying. Honey,
It's
I'm
true.
home with eggs. Fresh farm eggs. Gotta love eggs.
The biggest sports book in Nebraska. Not that I would like to move
Are you moving to Iowa?
the unsportsmanlike conduct sports book and casino in beautiful downtown Irvington.
Irvington.
But this actually is just a few miles
It is to
east.
the east, yeah.
straight east of Irvington. Maybe we should move the unsportsmanlike conduct sports book and casino to this cornfield.
Interesting idea, Nick.
To Iowa.
All right, settle down. Tyler writes, NTV is a Sinclair-owned ABC
Sinclair,
affiliate
thank you.
for us here in central western Nebraska.
Definitely not Werther's.
Not Werther's. Mustache
Werther's.
Adam.
you get Werther's from?
It's all the same to me. Mustache Adam writes, when Nebraska finally opens a sports book, it should be named Exarban in some form or fashion, since we have done things backwards for too many years.
Hey, yo.
Got him!
I still remember when I first found out that Exarban was Nebraska spelled backwards.
Me too. It blew my mind.
It blew my mind, too. We're driving along 72nd Street.
Figured it out?
And no, I didn't
Was
figure
it like an ambulance and you saw it in the ambulance?
No, we saw the sign and I'm like,
Call back
what
to
does
yesterday.
Exarban mean? I thought it was like a Native American, word or tribe or something, which of course Nebraska is a Native American word, just means flat water. But and Dad said that's Nebraska spelled backwards.
And it probably
and I'm looking at the sign and I'm like, oh,
that's actually the exact same thing that happened to me, except I was 20.
And how old was John? 12.
Oh, I was
10?
I was in my single digits, I'm guessing.
Tony writes in, Josh, NTV is the ABC affiliate in Kearney, Nebraska.
Oh,
so there you go. Yeah, you can't just throw an ABC logo up on your website.
Is there anything in Iowa named Awoy?
Oh.
A-W-I?
No.
A-W-O-I? Yeah,
no, because we don't do things like that in the great state of Iowa.
Oh, settle down, Nick.
There used to be, maybe there still is, there's a horse track up just over the border in South Dakota called Atticad, which is Dakota spelled backwards.
Okay. And real quick, this is the Mormon Bridge, right?
Yeah, the Mormon Bridge crossing 680 in North Omaha to go into Iowa.
Okay.
Literally, there's an exit. It doesn't even look like it's a mile into the state of Iowa.
Give or take a mile. I'd take that way all the time.
And there's nothing there except a retention pond.
Okay,
and
because
people are pulling off. And
so this is what's great. Was it a tweet? Where was it? Was it a comment? Maybe it was a text. I'm trying to find the message. Oh, here we go. From Max on YouTube. When you zoom way in on that interchange on Google Maps, you can see a couple cars pulled off the shoulder. And sure enough, here's a car chilling there, probably placing a sports bet for Nebraska to beat somebody. That is awesome. I'm trying to find another one to see it, but there is definitely one car right there.
I have an answer about Awoy for you, John.
Yes.
Nothing in Iowa, but there's a Japanese rock band called Awoy.
Oh, John, I bet you'd love that. You'd love rock music from Japan.
Japanese rock kicks ass,
Does
actually.
it?
Yeah.
I have no takes.
I have no takes either.
It's good.
All right. Wow.
No takes.
There you go. So Tom Osborne
that
is
amazing.
against this.
500,000 hits.
That's wild.
500,000 hits from that cornfield.
And see, like that's why it's frustrating, because it's like, you're just okay
it's
with
already happening.
It's already happening.
It's happening. And by the way, if those people live in Nebraska, guess where the societal costs are incurred?
Societal
in Nebraska.
Yeah.
Right?
Like I get it. I am okay with those who are like, it's bad. It's bad for young men. Like I understand if you feel that way. I'm not going to argue with you, but allowing for choices to be made, and certainly for it to happen in our state when it's already happening. People are already betting either they're going into Iowa off this interchange or they're just doing it illegally here. And so it's already happening. And so I feel like that's what the barrier that a lot of us are trying to get people like Tom Osborne or anyone who is saying like this could be bad for the 21-year-old men of Nebraska. Again, I'm with you. I understand your point of view,
sure,
but it's already happening. So you're right. The state's going to incur the cost regardless.
Right.
Why not get some of that money?
And it's no different than alcohol and weed. Might as well get the tax money off of it.
Whoa.
Wow.
Lefty John.
John.
Bring in the weed. John wants to puff the magic dragon.
Welcome to our side, John.
John,
but you're not approving that. You're just approving the medical stuff. And I don't see either of you two with any medical maladies. And I don't want
back's
you.
Been hurting lately.
I don't want
John,
you.
I am the most anxious person you know.
This is why Josh does the marathon running. It ain't because he likes the running. It ain't because, he can do the podcast. It's running. Because he can destroy his knees so that he can then get a prescription for someday legal medical marijuana.
John,
this is an ingenious plot.
Can you
my back's been hurting, John.
Can you look me in the eyes and tell me right now that I'm not one of the most anxious people that you know?
What difference does that make?
Because it can help him.
It's a medical condition.
It can help him.
No, it's not a medical condition. It's a mental condition.
Which is medical.
Which is medical.
Nate writes, why do people still give a bleep what Tom Osborne thinks? He's old and out of touch. Retweet. Because people kiss the ring, man. That's why. And if anyone is on your side, you're like, hey, look at what he said. But he's a powerful person. Do I think he should still be this powerful? No. He is old and out of touch. But, he's also Tom Osborne.
Is he old enough to run for president yet?
Ooh, good question. John, is he in his 80s?
Oh, yeah. He's 87.
Whoa! Maybe a little past his prime, but, you never know these days.
So, anyway.
There you go. What a great first segment.
Yeah. A nice discovery there.
Yeah. Smile, Tom.
I mean, we knew there was going to be opposition. The thing is, I just wonder how much of that is going to, how much momentum there's going to be for this. Because remember, if they pass that, what they're proposing in the legislature right now in this special session is basically just to get it so that it can be on the ballot in November. And they want to do it now so it can be on November's ballot, because if they don't get it done right now,
2 years,
then they've got to wait to the 26 election.
Which, and we talked about it on Monday.
Yes.
They are estimating that would cost the state around $100 million.
So they want to get it on now, put it to a vote of the people. And see, that's the thing that kind of frustrates me. Again, I'm with you. I understand the opposition to it.
Yeah. But
that's something that the people should be able to vote on.
Yeah, at least give it to the people.
So what's the harm in
the people?
What's the harm in putting it on the ballot and letting the people decide? This is the way we decided to do things in this state, which quite frankly, I like. I like the one house legislature and the fact that we have these constitutional amendments where it does require, we're basically the second house. That all the petition efforts, we're the second house, right?
Yeah, so if you actually believe in something,
and so
you can vote on it.
Let the second house decide.
Yeah.
Let the 1.9 million walk-ons decide. And, if they go for it, great. If they don't, they don't. I'd be very curious. I don't. That's why I don't even want to put up a poll question on our site, because I know how our listeners would respond.
Yeah, for sure.
But obviously, it's not a great cross-section of the entire state. I would really like to know what the vote would be for something like this. What did the casino vote end up being? In 2020.
It was 2020. Do you remember what it was? The bill.
Well, it was just the.
I'll just search 2020 gambling Nebraska.
Yeah,
let's see if that gives.
I'm
us...
sure it will give you something. Or just 2020
all right, here we go.
Results.
In November 2020, Nebraska voters approved. Oh, come on, give me the number. It was ballot initiatives 429, 430, and 431. Good Lord, I will look it up during the break.
Okay,
we can find it. I just am looking all over.
Because it was, as I recall, it passed easily.
It was fairly comfortably, right?
Here we go.
You find it?
Yep. Ballot measures, election official results. Oh, good Lord. It just opened a 200-page document. So I got the whole damn report.
Control F.
I got the whole damn report.
Yeah, I found a ballot measures article, but it's like
Initiative Measure 431.
This is a fun bit. We should just read random ballots.
Oh, this is county by county. Just don't tell me county by county. Tell me
I got
the total.
it. Okay.
All right, here's
the
total.
This is ballot 430.
Oh, God, it crushed it.
Authorizing gambling at racetrack initiative, 65% yes, 35% no. That was 430. 429. I mean, it was basically the same.
It was all. They all had to be passed together because they were different.
65%.
That's more than half.
491,000 votes to 318.
I do seem to recall it was a pretty big ass whooping. So
that tells me
the odds of this passing are really good.
Yeah. Oh, of course.
Are really good.
Yeah.
So maybe that's why the opposition's coming in now.
They don't want us
to vote on it because they know if we can stop it here, it ain't going to happen there.
Yeah, it's what happens with a lot of these types of measures. God, that is a butt whooping.
Well, meantime, go enjoy yourself at the biggest sports book in Nebraska. the
one right off the interstate.
I don't know which exit number this is, but it is it's the first exit in Iowa off the Mormon Bridge. It's basically 130th Street north of Council Bluffs.
Yeah. Awesome.
That's our biggest sports book in Nebraska.
Awesome. That is amazing.
All right, we will continue. Coming up, we're gonna hit the mega simulation, and Tony Petitti was asked about college football playoff expansion recently. We've got that, and still to come. Is there something in this Husker offseason that we've overlooked about this football team? Is there something we've overlooked? I have something. I don't know if it really answers this question, but it did lead me down a different path.
Yeah.
So we'll discuss that and have more as we continue. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Happy Wednesday, everyone, on 1620 The Zone.
At Union Bank, people don't have your money. Your money has people. First home people, investment people, people who answer the phone and your chats. Dream car people, dream retirement people, driving your dream car in your dream retirement people. Small business people, credit card people, and all the other people you need. At Union Bank, our people help you do more than you dreamed possible. So stop in and say hello. We can't wait to see you. Union Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
Are you an annoying know-it-all? Answering questions no one asked of you? Do people often ask you, how do you sleep at night? Then you should go to Mattress Firm. They have knowledgeable sleep experts specifically trained to help match you with the right mattress, so anyone, even people like you, can sleep. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed. A
Josh, you have won. Despite the fact that the calendar still says July, barely August, despite the fact that the temperatures will be near 100 degrees all this week, and despite the fact that there's a thing called the Summer Olympics, it's football season. And thus, Unsportsmanlike Conduct, the program that has given you many, many, many nerdy things, like Bill Conley, Kay Ford, and numerous deep dives into numbers, factoids, and statistics, brings you the nerdiest football thing ever. And so, we get
fired up for Football Mega Simulation 24. A preview of what might happen in 2024 Power 4 college football. That's right, we skipped the group of 5. Everybody else is doing it. We might as well too. So sit back, push the glasses up the bridge of your nose, and get football nerdy. Fired up for football. Mega Simulation 24.
Today we are in week 12. This is the middle of November.
It's almost over. Oh, college basketball games.
But Thanksgiving soon-ish.
I do love Thanksgiving. It's my
All the
favorite
turkey.
holiday.
Oh, the turkey and the gravy.
The gravy, which apparently I like.
You're going to have Thanksgiving gravy this year.
Do I have to put it on my potatoes, though? Like, I like the potatoes.
Put it on the turkey. Put it on the turkey.
Yes.
All right, we'll try
Put
it.
it on the potatoes.
The gravy. I'm going to record a video of myself. We'll be in Denver. Record a video of myself, and I'm going to say, the gravy.
The gravy.
Tweet it at John, who will be, where will you be at Thanksgiving this year?
In Las Vegas.
In Las Vegas.
Wow.
When I think of Thanksgiving, I think of Las Vegas.
I do
I'll
too.
be in Iowa.
It's one of the great Las Vegas cities in America.
Mm-hmm.
So when we left you, this is week 12 of the Mega Simulation. So we went through the entire Power 5 schedule and went through, picked the games just to see what the standings may end up looking like and really what the conversation's going to be like.
Yes.
Surrounding the college football playoff.
Oh, there's not any good games this week. Boo!
Now again, this is just the games featuring teams that are in the playoff conversation. So your big brand games, you know.
Is this the FCS week for the SEC? Is there a bunch of that?
I think there was. I honestly don't remember.
Oh, look.
It's all a blur to me at this point. But yeah, Tennessee and Georgia, Rutgers and Maryland, and as you can see, Georgia 7-2.
That would make me a happy camper.
Happy boy.
Oh,
so week 16, I've got Washington over UCLA, Ohio State over Northwestern, Penn State over Purdue, Illinois over Michigan State, Maryland over the Rutgers in one of those classic matchups. I did pick USC over Nebraska.
You monster. So they're eliminated now from the playoff race because of you.
Wow.
Lincoln Riley much, John?
And Oregon over Wisconsin.
Nice. Look at the Ducks.
And
Quack.
as you can see, we still have 5 teams with 1 loss in the Big Ten Conference, with the Rutgers now slipping into the 2-loss category.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the Mega Simulation.
But overall, you'd have what we look at 7 teams that we think would technically still be in the playoff race, because if you have 3 losses or fewer at this moment in time, I think you're still technically in it.
Yeah, but
probably 6 for sure because of 2 losses,
sure.
but you never know with the 3-loss teams.
In the ACC, Clemson over Pitt, SMU over Boston College, Louisville over Stanford, Cal over Syracuse,
I don't believe it.
North Carolina over Wake Forest, and Notre Dame over Virginia. We've got 4 teams at the top of the ACC standings, all with 1 loss, though FSU has already played 8 conference games.
By the way,
all 8 of its conference games.
John, you've made this Rutgers-Maryland game out to be very big. Tickets are as low as $6 right now. So if you want to get into this big-time Big Ten game, you should probably buy them now before they skyrocket in price to like $12.
I would get them right now because the Mega Simulation likes both of those teams.
Oh, yeah.
In the Big 12, Arizona over Houston, BYU over Kansas, Utah over Colorado.
Wow, look at that.
The Utes stay undefeated.
Let's
Iowa
go.
State over Cincinnati.
Go Cyclones.
K-State over Arizona State, and West Virginia over Baylor. By the way,
Mountain
Mega
Mama.
Simulation was also not a big fan of Baylor.
Well, then that means that they're not a fan of Dave Aranda, and he might get fired.
But you got Utah at 7-0.
is he on
You
the
got
simulation
UCF
hot
and
seat?
K-State at 6-1
Oh, yeah, Nick.
apiece.
Okay.
So little more
Probably
more
three
spread out there.
playoff teams in this race. Probably
Yeah.
just three. Though I guess technically, you know what? I'll say 5 because all you got to do is win the league to get in. And so
That's
with a
true.
little help, TCU and West Virginia could be right back in
That
the
is
mix.
true.
All right.
And in the SEC, Week 12, South Carolina over Missouri. Florida over LSU. I'd pick an upset. I had to pick an upset.
Congrats to Florida on one good win this year.
Georgia over Tennessee. So Georgia gets the big win. Tennessee finally falls from the ranks of the unbeaten.
Bah!
Texas over Arkansas. Longhorns stay unbeaten.
Get tough.
And yes, there's a lot of FCS
There are. Yeah, I
games.
just looked it up. It's a rough week. It's a rough week.
So Texas 6-0 in the conference, 10-0 overall. Tennessee falls to 6-1 in the league, 9-1 overall. Ole Miss is at 9-1 overall. Georgia back in the race, 6-2 in the SEC. LSU is at 4-2. So as you can see,
But
Georgia
no
is
Bama.
already. Yeah, Bama's not in the.
This would be a fun SEC race. Texas, Tennessee, Ole Miss, Georgia, and LSU. That'd be fun.
Yeah.
Because it'd be different.
So now we have. This is your playoff pool.
Ooh.
Right now after week 12.
1, 2, 3, 4.
The top 4 teams, the teams that are leading their respective conferences, Texas, Utah, Oregon, Florida State. So there's your 4 buys.
Mm-hmm.
And then look at your pool of 9-1 and 8-2 teams.
Go Hawks.
You've got 9 9-1 teams.
9.
And 7
7
8-2 teams.
By the way, that is 16 teams
It's a
that
lot of
are
teams.
in the mix for a at-large wild card berth. That's what
Correct.
we're talking, and that's not even counting the G5, who will also have a variety of teams fighting for one singular spot.
One singular spot.
Wow, that's interesting, man. That's
Now,
a lot of teams in the mix.
It's a lot of teams. And again,
yes, this is pretend.
It's
This is
pretend.
But I think it gives us a solid idea.
And I truly did. I tried to pick every week in a vacuum. I just tried to not think about everything else that happened. Just look at the week in a vacuum. And I realize football's not always played that way. But again, the purpose of this was just to see how deep the conversation could be when we get to this point in the season. And imagine if we had this many teams, 16 teams, in the conversation just among the Power 5 schools for 12, actually for them, 11 playoff spots.
And at this moment in time, there are 2 weekends left of regular season
That's
football,
it.
right?
2 hot coffees.
So to have that many teams with 2 weekends to go,
Right.
do you have your little preview of what's to come tomorrow when we do this? Because I'm curious. Oh, wow, only 2 games. Interesting.
Yeah, it's weird how it kind of works out. But
Well, certainly when we get to rivalry weekend,
Central
it'll be a
Florida,
lot.
West Virginia, and Iowa, Maryland. Skinny Mike Loxley getting things done.
Go
Who wouldn't like
Hawks.
to see Skinny Mike Loxley and the Terps competing for a college football playoff?
Me.
Why?
I don't want to see them.
Why?
Because it'd be more fun if it was Nebraska, because we cover Nebraska. I don't cover
They
Maryland.
have cool uniforms.
But we know it's not going to be.
Cool uniforms?
You don't like the checkerboard?
I like the check.
The checkerboard's cool.
On their uniform? Like
It's
on
their
the
state
on like the
It's a
sleeve?
state flag.
On the sleeve?
It's cool.
So a tiny little checkerboard makes their whole uniform cool?
Well, they got alternates that have more
Okay.
checkerboard.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So there you go. That's this week's, or 2 days, mega simulation. Can't wait till we get to the end on Friday because, well, we'll just save that for Friday.
Put a pin in it, John.
We'll just save it for Friday.
That's
But
the pin.
speaking of the college football playoff,
Yeah.
Tony Petitti
You know him,
at Big Ten
From
Media
such
Days,
hits as
the Big Ten commissioner.
formerly of Major League Baseball,
Major League
formerly
Baseball.
of other things.
Sure, he's probably had other jobs.
I know he has.
Nick, go to his LinkedIn page.
But he was asked about the college football playoff and says he wants to take a wait-and-see approach before judging the 12-team playoff. That's nice. He told The
But-
Athletic, quote, I don't have a magic number in my head.
He
I
worked at a
really
law
am
firm.
open-minded
There you go.
about seeing and making sure this works. Let's see what happens this year. Let's see the impact on the regular season. Let's see what the Big Ten does on the field, in the committee room, and all of that. I think that's where I am. He's definitely keeping it open-minded. But as we pointed out, the decision makers of which Petiti, at least, well, he represents the decision makers, right? He's the commissioner. He represents the presidents and the chancellors who will actually make the decision.
Mm-hmm.
And then they'll vote in kind. But they're only going to have this one playoff, the one this year, to go off of as a guide for how it looks before they have to make the decision on the next one.
Correct, because there's only
the
one more year
contract
after
expires.
that. Yeah, they only have 2
Right?
years. It's not a long runway.
And so they're going to have those decisions made. So in many ways, it's unfair to the 12-team model. You're only going to get one look at this. And yeah, if things go really smoothly, that'll be a benefit. But if things get really weird, and things could get really, really weird.
100%. Well, the other quote
then you could get a lot of folks saying, do we really like this? And that's where I'm afraid that the 16-team model with the guaranteed bids that the Big Ten and the SEC were talking about this past earlier this summer,
gets a little louder
I
again?
think it gets a lot louder because you don't float out things like that. I mean, you float out things like that knowing that it's probably going to get met with a lot of twisted faces and turned up noses and rejection.
But at least you're preparing people for it.
Exactly. I don't think anyone in their right mind anticipated that when that idea was thrown out there that everyone would just jump in and say, "Oh, that's a great idea. Let's do it." But they did it to get us ready for it
when it
so
happens.
that the next time
we're
they
resigned to it.
Exactly.
Well, and we talked about it plenty when it first came out because the idea, for those who don't remember, what was it, 3 or 4 auto bids for the Big Ten and SEC? I think 3, right? So it was a combined 6 for those leagues. The issue with that, I mean, first of all, it's stupid. But the big issue is it renders your conference championship game useless because literally both teams would be in the race or they'd be in the playoff field already. So would the third place team. Both of these leagues are going to have, more often than not, they're going to get 3 teams in, especially if it expanded to 14, especially if it expanded to 16. A couple other quotes. He said, whether it's 12 or 14, we'll see. But I focus on the fact that we're really deep. We're 18 teams deep. And then this story, which was written in The Athletic by, I believe it was Scott Docterman, as I open it up real fast. He writes this, John. The Big Ten is working alongside the SEC in developing its tiebreakers and qualifying for the league championship game. Quote, does it make sense to have criteria look the same? They're in the same situation with a large league. No more divisions bringing the 2 best teams to the championship game, end quote. So that made me wonder if, the long-awaited, promise or the hope, rather, that the SEC would move to 9 conference games, if that would be the other thing that maybe there is some sort of an agreement to happen.
By the way, I forgot about this. This goes all the way back to February.
The story does?
About the Big Ten's proposal for 4 guaranteed auto bids. And when they say 4, it was actually going to be 2 apiece. So in the initial plan was Big 12 and ACC would get 2 auto bids. Group of 5 would receive 1 auto bid, and then 3 at-large bids to fill out the field. And then there was a further discussion of a compromise for what was called the 3-3-2-2-1 format.
Oh, I forgot about that.
3 Big Ten, 3 SEC, 2 Big 12, 2 ACC, and 1 group of 5.
And what's that total number look like? 3-3-2-2. So that's 10, then 11, and then you'd have 3 at large. You don't need
Actually, it was the proposal was for a 14-team playoff.
Yeah.
So there'd be 1 at large.
You don't need to write that into the playoff constitution. The Big Ten is going to get 3 teams in a 14-team league 4. Same with the SEC. You don't need to put it in the constitution. It's going to happen regardless. And again, not to keep saying it renders the conference championship game pointless, but it does. It's stupid. You don't even need to have the conference championship game by that moment in time. And I know they would, because they would want the playoff or the TV revenue. But if you have a guaranteed spot, like, this is when you do worry about sitting a lot of players. And one of the things that people don't want is college football to look like the NFL. And by that, I think they mean late in the NFL season. You'll have these games. You'll have weeks at a time, especially if a team is way far ahead of the rest of the conference, where they're resting players for 2 weeks at a time. 1-2 weeks at a time. It's baked into the NFL. We're all used to it by now. It's not a big deal. It would be different in college football, though, especially given some of the rivalries that take place in the Thanksgiving weekend. Alabama, Auburn, Michigan, Ohio State, Nebraska, Iowa, for example. It doubles up if you're playing a conference championship game, and everyone knows that they're in the playoff. And, what's the difference in seeding there? Because I'd love to know the other part about this, John. What is locked in terms of seeding, and is it the top 4 still, or are it going to be the top 4 seeds? Is it a straight 1 through 14? What does this situation look like?
Well,
don't like it.
No, and I mean, and this was pointed out by a lot of folks in the moment. Was there's going to be times where the third best Big Ten team, or even the second best Big 12 or ACC team, is going to be a lesser team. The chances that can happen are fairly decent in some seasons, not every season, but in some seasons. But the idea where you don't lock it in based on conference, I mean, who does that?
Yeah.
The NFL doesn't say, okay, the NFC West always gets 2 teams in.
Correct.
The AFC East always gets 2 teams in.
It's an excellent point.
You don't.
Because right now, isn't it hard for us to fathom a world where the SEC and the Big Ten aren't really good at football? But you know what? Sometimes leagues take a step back.
Yeah.
Things are cyclical, and it's impossible to always be at the same level with the same number of teams. And so all it would take is one strange year where like the Big Ten champ is 10-2, second place is 10-2, but then third place is 9-3, and the fourth place is 8-4. And it's like, whoa. An 8-4 team is getting a guaranteed spot. Meanwhile, you have an 11-1 and a 10-2 Big 12 team out there. Like, what are we doing?
If you and listen, it's hard to be married to this system because
we've never seen it.
We haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, it's all an idea.
It's all an idea. It's all a concept. But if you like the idea of this, and
I do. It's not perfect, but I like it.
Because I feel this is what I fear. The next playoff format is going to be this. It's going to be guaranteed spots for conferences because that's what they're going to opt for because they want those guaranteed dollars. They want those guaranteed exposures. They want those guaranteed slots for their team to play for a national championship. So that's going to be the next format. How many teams? I don't know. 12, 14, 16, I don't know. But that's going to be the next format. They did not float that idea out there just to spitball it. That kind of stuff doesn't get out there into the ether without a purpose. And the purpose was just to float the trial balloon, just to get it out there so that the next time it comes up, it won't be as unusual. And again, there's a fear that I have that this year could be really, really weird, and a lot of people are going to overreact and panic.
Because it's a small sample size.
Because it's a playoff sample
Well, and the other thing, and we haven't even really mentioned this, but the other thing to keep an eye on is going to be what happens to the Group of 5 champ. And so, we'll talk to Nick Pierce, who is a sideline guy for Liberty, a little bit later on. That is something to keep an eye on because I mentioned it a lot the last few months. The Group of 5 is a lesser group of teams than it was 5 years ago, 10 years ago, and certainly 15 years ago. Why is that the case? Well, the majority of them have moved up. UCF, Utah, TCU, those schools and more are now in power leagues. And so the product has become diluted. All it takes, John, is one of these G5 teams getting in, and they will, one of them. Maybe it's Liberty, maybe it's Boise, maybe it's Memphis, and they're played them 5 seed, which is most likely going to be the second place team in the SEC or the Big Ten. And all it takes is Oregon, Ohio State, Bama, Georgia, Texas, LSU, whatever, just kicking the living crap out of them, winning the game in such an ugly way, 42-10, where they're like, nah, we don't need them anymore. And that's what I am rooting hard for the G5 to keep it competitive this year.
Oh, yes.
Because I want them, because we got an email from John. He says having 16 teams still in the hunt for the at-large CFP spots after week 12 would make for a much more fun football season than 95% of teams not having a chance after the first month. And I agree. But one of the things that I definitely don't want is for 50% of the sport to, again, not have a seat at the table. Correct. Do I think that they're one of the best teams? No. But what's the point of playing the sport if you don't even have an opportunity?
Correct.
To challenge the big dogs? And I just want them the opportunity to challenge the big dogs. Yeah. And so I worry about that. So keep an eye on whoever the G5 is this year.
Coming up, is there something that we have overlooked as Fall camp now has begun. The first practice, I believe, has already happened today, or is it happening now? I just saw the schedule from
Nebraska.
Why don't we just drive down there and find out? Just pop in.
I think that might be illegal, Nick.
They do have a practice, but there was no time announced
Illegal
for
or
it. But
frowned
yes,
upon.
there has been practice, or there is practice going on.
And there's another one tomorrow.
It's not like we're sign stealing.
And then there's another one on Friday and another one on Saturday.
many
And by the way,
practices.
how about the fact us in the media, we can go to the Big Red, whatever it's called on Saturday night, Nick.
Big Red, whatever it's called.
Yeah, just get your practice pass on, John.
Enjoy.
I
Go
got
enjoy.
I
already have plans.
I also have plans. I have a prior engagement. I'm unable to make it.
I guess we all just can't make it because we're all busy.
Very sad.
The White Sox are spiraling to their 16th straight loss. It's now 8-3 Royals as they continue to just inflate their season. I mean, this is the Bill Snyder, Kansas State of baseball teams where they just feast on cupcakes until they play real competition, like the Cubs, and get their asses kicked. But the White Sox spiraling to a 16th straight loss, and the United States still with a double-digit lead on South Sudan. They did get it down to 10 at one point, but I think the U.S. just went on a run. And, of course, NBC, who everyone thinks is going to be so great at covering basketball, where's the score? I don't see the score.
Oh, it's just up there. They're up by. It's a timeout, though, John.
This is a horrible broadcast. Bring back TNT. We'll be back in just a moment on 1620 The Zone. There's another thing they don't have the shot clock on the screen. And you people want to have these folks broadcast the NBA.
John,
it's terrible. It's a terrible broadcast.
They're using the Olympic broadcast. This isn't NBC's broadcast.
Yes, it is. It's NBC. They control the feed.
No, they don't control the scoreboard,
yeah,
though.
they do.
No, they don't.
Yes, this is NBC. Yeah, NBC does their own graphics.
No, they don't.
Yes,
This. Go watch. Go find the European feed of the Olympics. It's the same graphics.
I don't care.
See,
this is a terrible broadcast.
John's going to bury his head in the
broadcast.
sand. I can't wait for the NBA to be back on NBC. Stay tuned.
Oh boy, 30 seconds of music and then Jack Collinsworth.
You stop.
By the way, it's 70-54 USA over South Sudan. It's almost as if the United States was kind of toying with South Sudan.
The Toy Boys.
A couple weeks ago in the exhibition game.
Speaking of the Olympics, Hokie Skirts, did you guys see the end of the bronze game for U.S. women's rugby?
Yes.
We did, Hokie Skirt, and we'll talk about it later in the Grum. That is the John Bishop promise. The John Bishop promise.
I believe that was your promise. I thought it was your promise. I don't know. So is there something that we have overlooked this season as we get now? I don't know why I put the mega simulation on the board. As we get this season underway. And Sip actually had an interesting answer. He said, yeah, we haven't really talked much about the long snapper.
Yeah, definitely. I would agree with Steve Sipple.
There's a lot there.
Yeah.
And it is very important, especially for a team that has struggled in recent years with special teams. But is there something that we have overlooked? Obviously, we've talked quarterback up and down. We've talked about the great receivers. We've talked about the running back room. We've talked about the offensive line.
The librarian.
Talked about the librarian a little bit. Yeah, we certainly have.
But is there something that we have overlooked?
Are there actually enough players on the team to be able to play?
They definitely have that.
Yeah, there's no roster limits yet, so they're good.
It seems like, because I just saw you put out a tweet, it seems like we're going to talk about the same side of the football, and so I wonder if we are going to take the same angle. But my thought when I came up with my answer was that, have we overlooked who the defense got to go up against last year in terms of the level of offenses? So I went and dived into the numbers today. So, of course, they played 12 teams. 4 of the offenses that Nebraska played in 2023, and I'm looking at scoring offense right now, John. 4 of the offense that they played were worse than 100. 106, 110, 131, and 132. Those 4 teams averaged under 2 touchdowns, 13.8 points per game. 5 of the offenses that they played ranked between 78 and 92. 78, 81, 83, 87, 92. Those 5 average 17.5 points per game. So 3/4 of the schedule, or 2/3 rather, right? 2/3, 3/4? No, 3/4. Ranked well below average, 78th or worse.
Mm-hmm.
Only 3 ranked 60th or better. That was Michigan, Colorado, and Maryland. And those 3 teams averaged 31.3 points per game. So the average scoring, rank of the offenses that Nebraska played last year was 85.6. So I went to our buddy K Ford. I went and looked at his numbers because obviously we don't have any scoring numbers for the season because it hasn't started yet. But the offenses that he has Nebraska projected to play now, one of them is UNI, so we're not going to have a number for that. But the offenses, I'm just going to go in numerical order and not in order that they'll play this season. Offenses projected to be 5th, 13th, 41st, 56, 70, 80, 87, 91, 92, 117, and 123. So the average of those is 70.5. Not a huge increase. It's still below average, but 4 offenses projected in the top 60, and then another at 70th, which that better offenses than last year. Again, not a ton better, still improved. And so I am a believer in Tony White's defense. I think you are a believer in Tony White's defense, so I'm curious as to where you're going to go next. But if there is something that we will have looked back on as being overlooked, if we get to November, if we get to December, really, we say, man, why was the defense not as good? The answer is going to be because they played nobody. They played 3 quarterbacks who are NFL or NFL adjacent. They played Baby Tua, they played Shedeur Sanders, and they played McCarthy at Michigan. Otherwise, it is loaded with horrific offenses. And so that would be the thing. 8 times last year, John, Nebraska allowed 14 points or fewer. The crazy thing is that they didn't win all those games. Yeah, obviously. So,
and the one time they really played a a good offense, Michigan absolutely
Smoked
tore
them.
them a new one.
And so I would add one more thing before you get to yours. There is a large part of me that thinks that the defense was as good as it was last year, not just because it was good, but because they went into every game knowing that essentially they had to hold the opponents to 14 points or fewer if they were going to have a chance to win. Not if they were going to win, but if they were going to have a chance to win. I don't think the mental pressure is going to be there as much this year because I think that they're going to believe in their quarterback and they're going to believe in their offense, which is like a positive.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, if you have to give maybe mentally a little bit less effort, could you allow maybe a few more touchdowns? I think the defense is going to be good. But I definitely wonder if we will look back and say, yep, defense wasn't as good because, man, they got to feast on some bad teams.
Well, this is where my angle was coming from. And yes, I'm working on the same side of the ball as you are. But I wonder if this defense can be as good as last year, given that Tony White was very close to not being here. And you wonder, I don't worry about him not having focus. I don't worry about him being able to do the work and having the right attitude.
Definitely.
But when you know that your dream of coaching a high-level college football program is close, it can be a bit of a distraction. I was reading from Evan Bland's story today in the Omaha World Herald, omaha.com, and he was asked about the UCLA gig, which eventually went to Deshaun Foster. Imagine how that press conference might have gone differently if they had hired Tony White. I guarantee you Tony White would not have stumbled.
We're in LA. So shout out Foster for wearing the shirt today that said we're in LA. That was well played.
But White said, how close did I come? That I don't know. I'm an alum and was one of the last couple of guys. I thought it could have turned any which way. It was a great experience. Can't prepare for it. Can't do anything unless you're there to talk to those kind of people. And I do wonder if being that close to getting that gig and knowing that, because a lot of folks are now openly wondering, all right, well, we got him for another year. And
that's why you brought in Butler.
The guy who probably will be his replacement is already on staff. I mean,
and it's been telegraphed, right?
It's been telegraphed quite a bit. And
he left Buffalo because he wanted to be a DC, and now he's coming to Nebraska. That's interesting.
So you combine that with what you just pointed out, that, yeah, they're probably going to see some better offenses than they saw last year. Can they be as good, or at least close to as good as previously? Now, for those of you on the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter page, you may have seen this because I just tweeted it out. But these are Tony White's defensive statistics as a defensive coordinator. 3 years at Syracuse, 1 year at Nebraska. Last year, Nebraska gave up only 93 yards rushing per game.
Wow.
Less than 3 yards per carry. Just 6.1 yards per pass attempt. Just 303 yards per game. Just 4.6 yards per play. And only 18.3 points per game.
Easily the best numbers of his career.
Josh, is there anything else you notice about those numbers? Because we included the 3 years of Syracuse.
Well, his defenses, they pretty much get better. It gets better from year 1 to year 2. Then it got worse in year 3 at Syracuse, almost across the board. Anything else that stands out? Those are the best.
Well,
every stat is better than it ever was at Syracuse.
Well, about Nebraska, but outside of a bit of a blip from 21 to 22, an increase in rushing.
Did everything else?
Look how everything gets better every single year.
Yeah.
They went from, in scoring defense in 2020, from 33 points to 26 points to 23 points to the 18 last year.
Yeah.
If you look at yards per play.
That's 2 touchdowns.
Yards per play, 5.8 in 2020, 5.1 in 2021, 4.9 in 2022, 4.6 last year. Yards per game. Gave up almost 465 yards a game in 2020. Then it dropped dramatically down to 330, then to 329, then last year at 303. I mean, just about every statistic here.
His defenses have literally gotten better
have gotten better every year.
In all the
so the
important
trend
numbers.
would tell you, can you imagine?
Can it get any better?
Can you imagine? I hasten to say, I don't think.
It's going to be really difficult.
I don't think you can get, if this trend continues, Nebraska's going to be in the playoff conversation.
Certainly. Because the offense is going to get better too. So what have we overlooked?
So my conclusion here is I don't think it will necessarily get better, but I do wonder if they can be in the ballpark, if they can maintain.
Mm-hmm.
And so really what we've overlooked is just maybe the pressure to perform or the expectation, because I think a lot of us have gone into this season just expecting, defense, no worries. No worries at all.
Well, these numbers would almost back that up.
They would, but I wonder if that's just a bit of an oversight based on the numbers you provide.
I was just going to say, you combine the two things that we came up with, and I think that the thing that we have overlooked is, are we sure that it's going to happen? Now, Max, he comments on YouTube with a couple things. He says, I think that's a good point. However, it's also worth noting how the offense put the defense in absolutely horrible situations, number of time with turnovers. The defense was on the field a lot last year. It goes both ways. Definitely. It definitely does. And look, I think the defense will be better this year. But in terms of things that we have overlooked, they did not play very many good quarterbacks.
No.
And like the thing that I would take away from your stuff, John, is, oh, yeah, because he got to go from ACC offenses to Big Ten West offenses.
Yes.
6 games against Big Ten West teams. Those teams in scoring offense, I don't have the numbers written down in front of me right now, but it is the majority of the ones that were at the bottom were Big Ten West. Michigan State was 131 last year. Iowa was 132, so obviously Michigan State was in the Big Ten East. But a lot of those Big Ten West teams, Northwestern was 106th. Minnesota, the team that they played in the opener, they were 110. Wisconsin was 92. Illinois was 83. Obviously Nebraska's offense, they weren't very good either. 123rd in the country in scoring offense. They're not getting to play the Big Ten West anymore. It's going to be different this year. They're going to obviously have to play Ohio State. Rutgers is going to be a pretty solid team, though maybe not on the offensive side of the ball. We know about USC and what they're able to do. I'm not huge into Wisconsin this year in year 2 under Fickle, but Phil Longo has been a good play caller in the past. And look, I know it's not a conference game, but they're going to play a first-round NFL draft pick, probably a top 10 NFL draft pick in the second game of the season. And they're going to do so with a secondary that has some question marks.
Mm-hmm.
They have some injuries, and now they have a new coach. So it's a recipe for it's not a recipe for disaster, but it's a recipe for maybe a few growing pains early on or at various points in the season.
The good news is, I mean, you are still very experienced up front.
Mm-hmm.
And while, yes, the secondary has gone through some changes, you do have some experience back there as well. But, yeah, I just wonder if we have overlooked a little bit just how good the trend has been under Tony White, and can it somehow maintain itself?
Yeah.
Because that's tough to do. That is really tough to do. If they can, again, they'll be in the playoff conversation.
Yeah, and again, like last year they knew that they had to if they were going to win games. This year, they're just not going to have to do that. I don't think they will. Maybe I'll be wrong, but they're not going to have to go into games. Again, they allowed 8 teams to 14 points or fewer. 8. And they didn't win all those games. Like, that's how tough it was for them. They had to go in every game, and they're like, we got to hold this team to 2 touchdowns or fewer, or we will lose the game. And they were unable to even win all those.
If you would like to submit your ideas for what we maybe have overlooked about this team, could be a player, could be a position, could be coaching, could be anything.
Dylan Raiola.
Yes.
Have we overlooked Dylan Raiola? Interesting.
He's actually a 6-star.
I don't think it's possible to overlook Dylan Raiola.
No, it's definitely not.
By the way, congratulations, White Sox. You've now lost 16 in a row.
Wow, they suck.
And the Royals now have to play good teams from now on.
Royals.
Do you think they traded away all of their good players because they just want to commit to this train wreck?
White Sox?
Yeah.
They kept a good pitcher.
Well, they literally kept the two guys a lot of people thought they were going to trade.
Crochet,
right, but then
Nick.
they got rid of everyone else.
Don't forget about Crochet.
Yeah, and then Tommy Pham immediately hit a grand slam last night for the Cardinals.
The Pham slam.
Unbelievable. Did we get teed up? I think we did.
So it seems I haven't been paying attention a whole lot, but it seems like the fouls have been very ticky-tack for America. So
Teed up?
I think they're like, what's up?
This isn't golf, John.
Wow. Poor joke. That was poor.
It's a 77-63, though. The U.S. is still winning.
Despite the
I
adversity.
wonder what the spread was on this
one. I forgot to look it up, actually, this morning.
But the United States still winning.
The odds coming into this game were as follows. Team USA minus 28.5. So barring a late run, they will cover. The total was 191.5.
Wow, I'm surprised it was that high after what happened in the first game.
Mm-hmm. Well, that was an exhibition, though.
I know, but
they were tinkering with the lineup, John.
But still.
The Tinker Boys.
All right.
Taylor Soldier Boys.
We will continue. We've got there's some radical new ideas for college football time windows.
Love it.
That were proposed that I wanted to go over. And also coming up at the top of the hour, it is 25 teams in 25 grums. Nick Pierce, who works the sidelines for the Liberty Flames, will join us. Liberty is today's team in 25 teams. They could be the group of 5 representative in the college football playoff. That and more as Unsportsmanlike Conduct continues after this on 1620 The Zone. Still to come, Liberty and 25 teams and 25 grums. Also, Mike Schaefer will join us later than he usually does. He'll be in the 5 o'clock hour, and it's Dumb Debates Day. Get in your Dumb Debates now.
Wow.
Use the hashtag Dumb Debates.
Did you mention Mitch Holthus?
Construction Zone Twitter feed and Mitch Holthus.
So many things, John.
Yes, so many things. So, John Wilner, who covers Oregon and Pac-12 football out on the West Coast.
Formerly Pac-12 football.
Well, yeah, sorry. That's going to get hard. Man,
I know.
It's going to get hard to get used to.
Yeah.
No Pac-12 football anymore. Is piggybacking off the idea from Brett Yormark, the commissioner of the Big 12, on being creative with television times to try to get his league better exposure. Because as the Big Ten now moves into an official era where they have 3 networks and a dedicated time slot, early afternoon and evening, where the SEC now is literally all on one network. The Big 12 and the ACC are fighting for eyeballs. They're fighting for attention. And one of the thoughts from Brett Yormark was we need to be creative when it comes to our TV windows so that we get more exposure.
Like a 9 a.m. Saturday game, John? Like that? Like a little breakfast and football instead of watching College Game Day, your favorite show?
Yeah, I guess.
Nice.
Yormark said our value creation, again, when people talk in language like this, you know that they're not trustworthy.
Our value creation must be done in a strategic way, and that value creation starts with ESPN and Fox.
Thank you for the value creation, ESPN.
We're taking
an innovative approach, exploring new TV windows and giving fans more access to our program.
Start a podcast, Nick, and call it Value Creation.
Value creation.
Value creation.
But as Wilner writes, no 3 words resonate more deeply than new TV windows. And he said he was one of the first to suggest that the Pac-12 play 9 a.m. home games.
There you go.
That's 9 a.m. local time home games on the Pacific Coast.
Which is big, which would be 11 a.m. for here.
Correct.
Which would be the traditional early morning time slot.
Correct.
So in a way, like, yeah, they would play them early out there, but it wouldn't be a brand new window for the sport at large. It would be, and that's why I have said, and some of it is joking, but some of it is serious. Like, why doesn't a team, like, if we can play 11 a.m. here, why couldn't an East Coast team play 11 a.m. there?
Correct.
And then, because then you're moving the start of the day up by an hour, but in that window, there's nothing else going on except for pregame shows. And so for someone like me, someone like you, who maybe wants to watch games instead of talking, you would actually get to watch some football.
So here were some of Wilner's ideas for these new TV windows. He gives 3. I like the first one.
Okay.
He suggests the Sunday of Labor Day weekend. He writes, in the opening weekend of the college football season is wide open with no NFL games and the occasional college matchup. In our view, the Big 12 should take over the day with a doubleheader. Yet, drive the Big 12 flag deep into the wide open terrain provided by the Sunday of a holiday weekend. And yes, there are a handful of games that happen on Labor Day. I believe last year, CBS's first Big Ten game, what was that, Rutgers and Northwestern?
Yes, good memory. It was
a noon kickoff.
This year, the Sunday of Labor Day, Alabama State at NC Central at 2, Johnson C. Smith versus Tuskegee at 6, and then LSU USC at 6:30.
But you look at that, and he's suggesting schedule the first game at 3:00 Eastern and the second game at 6:30 Eastern.
We used to see,
or I'm sorry, 3:00 Central.
Yeah,
6:30 Central.
There used to be more games on that Sunday. I remember, and maybe I'm wrong, but Colorado and Colorado State, I feel like they used to play on that Labor Day Sunday for a while when they were doing the one at the Broncos
Stadium.
Stadium.
Usually though the focus has been to put a nice game at night. But there's a great point there that you've got. Heck, if you wanted to, you could do 3 games there. If you wanted
to. 11, 2:36.
Or if someone is already squatted on a good primetime matchup like this year's LSU game, then do the noon and the 3:30 window or whatever.
Yep.
And
couldn't agree more.
And dominate that first real weekend of college football.
Yeah, and for now, until the NFL moves its schedule up a week, like I love that weekend has turned into like this opening celebration of the sport where you have games with power schools on Thursday, games with power schools on Friday, obviously the full slate on Sunday. You have the Monday night game on Labor Day, but yeah, having a little bit more fun, having a few more games on that Sunday, I think it'd be great for the college football audience.
Wilner's second idea,
a little less on this one.
The night before Thanksgiving.
Oh, interesting.
Thanksgiving Eve?
The Wednesday of Thanksgiving week is the greatest untapped broadcast window of the entire football season. Fans are in football mode, but there's nothing on the schedule. But playing the Wednesday before Thanksgiving. Now, what this creates is headache with the schedule.
Kind of like, real quick, what happened with the NFL this upcoming season. So they want to play Christmas. Well, that's a Wednesday. You can't have a team play on Sunday and then play on Wednesday.
Correct.
So what did they do? The 4 teams that are playing on that Wednesday this year for Christmas are also having to play on the previous Saturday. So they will go from Sunday to Saturday to Wednesday, then back to Sunday.
Now, Wilner does a nice job here of at least trying to alleviate the problem. So he suggests whoever the 2 Big 12 teams are that would play on this Wednesday night before Thanksgiving said that their schedule could shape up like this. You play you play a Saturday game.
Okay.
So this is the beginning of
the
November.
Month. Okay.
You play on the first Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have the next week off. Then the following week, you play a Thursday night.
Okay.
So there's another.
And you'd have to do a doubleheader again because of the teams that would be involved. Yeah.
And then the following Wednesday. So you're helping with the rest. You're getting you're using one of the bye weeks between the first and the second Saturday.
You're fixing the calendar.
The second Saturday. Then you come back and those same teams are playing on Thursday. Now, you know, how you work that with whoever the other opponents are is another story.
Yeah, for sure.
Unless
do a
really
double
wanted
header,
to
right?
get creative and do double headers Thursday and Wednesday and just flip out the teams.
Kind of like what, again, we're seeing with the NFL.
Correct.
Where the same 4 teams, it's what the Ravens, the Texans, the Steelers, and the Chiefs are playing, 2 games on that Saturday and then 2 games on Christmas.
Now, of course, the catch on that is that Thursday you're going up against the NFL.
Sure.
But
that's happened before.
So really what this idea is doing is it's opening up a couple of new TV windows. It's opening up that Thursday night, which even though college football has been, and there's a few games, the NFL already is, but then that Wednesday before Thanksgiving when there is no football.
So the Thursday, real quick, the Thursday this year that would be the equivalent gives us East Carolina at Tulsa and Grambling at Alabama A&M because, again, like you said, the NFL is playing on that Thursday. This is interesting. The Wednesday before Thanksgiving has long been one of the biggest drinking nights of the year. People are home, seeing friends and family that they haven't seen before, especially given what is coming up on Thanksgiving, where you're going to be cooking all day long. People love going out on that Wednesday night. So you'd have to think about that people would be, in theory, out and about. But it would definitely be different, and it would be an untapped thing where, hey, I want to watch a little football, and I want to watch football with helmets that I recognize.
And
right?
with West Coast teams, you could do a doubleheader where you've got a game at 6 o'clock and a game at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, you could do Utah, Arizona State, Arizona, some combination, Colorado of those 4 teams, with whatever else.
Now, the last idea that Wilner had is the most radical. He said he saved the most radical for last.
Okay.
He says the Big 12 should play a handful of games each season on Sunday night.
Ooh, I mean, what you just said about Thursday night going up against the NFL on Thursday night, that is multiplied by quite a few millions of people on the Sunday night, given that it's Sunday Night Football on NBC.
Now, he says there are 2 options for the kickoff time. NBC's broadcast of Sunday Night Football ends at roughly 10:30 our time.
Okay.
That's too late to start a college game, but not by much. He said the Sunday night game could start in the second half or the fourth quarter of the Sunday night matchup. Thus, once the NFL game ends, you've got football, half of a game left to go on another network. So you would actually start the game, like let's say at 8 o'clock Central, 8:30 Central, right in the middle of the Sunday night game. And by the time the Sunday night game's over, you still have an hour and a half or so of football on the other side.
Okay.
The other idea is to go head-to-head against Sunday Night Football, start the game at 7 o'clock Central, right after the late afternoon matchups, Now, the catch here is you're going to have, NBC has Sunday Night Football.
Yeah.
The network that owns the Big 12 rights are both ESPN and Fox.
Fox obviously has, both of them, everyone has a relationship with the NFL.
Correct.
But Fox has a Sunday NFL relationship with the NFL.
So are you willing to upset the apple cart? Would the commissioner look at that a little cross-eyed if Fox decided to counter-program Sunday Night Football with Big 12 football?
Yeah, would they look at Fox and be frustrated with them? And you could even ask the same question about ESPN. Even though they don't have Sunday Football, they have Monday Night Football. And they have long been trying to get back into the good graces of the NFL. And they're finally going to get a Super Bowl, coming up in a few years.
Right.
That is radical. Look, am I going to turn down more football? Of course not. I do wonder if the juice would be worth the squeeze on this. If you put it on Fox, certainly the lead-in would be very, very large, which is a good thing. You're not going to keep everybody around, but the 425, 325 in our time zone window is the most watched window in sports. The NFL afternoon window is the most viewed window in all of sports. So you would have a ridiculously great lead-in. You'd have the NFC East teams that are playing, which everybody in America loves. You have a lot of Super Bowl contenders, right, in that 325 window. Would Fox be game for it? And again, would the juice be worth the squeeze, given that, once the Sunday night game starts, a whole lot of people wouldn't watch. But there are many millions of college football fans that like college football more than the NFL, and they would say, sweet, another game that I could watch.
Now, I don't know what the nature of the negotiations were like between Fox, the Big 10, the Big 12, the Mountain West, in terms of this Friday night football.
Yeah.
But I'm kind of surprised, maybe it did happen, and they just got turned down because Fox wants more Big 10 games in that slot.
Yeah.
But I'm surprised the Big 12 wouldn't want to try to say, hey, we'll volunteer. We'll be on every Friday night.
Yeah, sure.
We'll make it Big 12 football Friday night, every Friday night on Fox.
Yeah, we were a little surprised, right, when the news came down that the Big 12 wasn't involved as much as they are. I don't hate any of these ideas. I really don't. Dave Fight says Thanksgiving Eve is a great idea. That is a really fun one because it's very different. And we are already inundated with so much football that weekend. So I don't hate any of these ideas. A text from the 402 says, if I'm a coach, I'm freaking out in that case because they couldn't host recruits very easily. Yeah, that would be the thing is, can you get coaches to buy in on this? Because whether it's a Sunday, whether it's a Wednesday, you are upending a lot of stuff.
But guess what? A lot of people are now starting to use the summer more for recruiting than anything else. So I don't know if the recruiting side of it is as big a factor as it might have been 5 years ago.
Yeah.
Because, and I'm thinking more like what Nebraska has done, but Nebraska's put a lot of eggs in its summer recruiting basket.
Yeah.
And so the nature, and the other thing too is, you're talking about visits, trying to do visits on Thanksgiving week. That's not usually a great week because people want to be with their families.
Plus, you're around playoffs
going and visiting schools anyway.
Big states, there are playoffs going on. There are state championship games going on.
And yes, that too. Nebraska's got state playoffs.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of things that get in the way there. Those aren't great visiting weekends anyway.
Husker Country writes, everyone could start games at 11 a.m., 2:30, and 6 p.m. locally, and the games would then be staggered. You could flip from one exciting finish to another every hour, similar to how March Madness was.
See,
I think that's a fun idea, too, where it's like East Coast games start at 11 East Coast time, games start at 11 here, games start at 11 Mountain. Like, it would make for quite the fun viewing day if games were a little bit more staggered versus everything's at 11, everything's at 2:30.
Well, here's what I would suggest. Here's maybe my idea. It's not a new window, but it's a new focus. Because as we know, the Big 10 has the Fox game at 11, the CBS game at 2:30, and the NBC game at 6:30. If I'm the Big 12, maybe I go to Fox and say, listen, we'll put our best game of the week at 3 o'clock Saturday afternoon to go head-to-head with CBS.
After the big noon game?
Because occasionally CBS will have the best Big 10 game, but most of it.
Yeah.
But if you try to put your best foot forward and try to say, hey, we're going to make 3 o'clock, 3 p.m. Big 12 football time.
Mm-hmm.
And so you stagger the kickoff a little bit.
3 o'clock's a great time.
But you've already got the lead in from big noon kickoff.
Yep.
And Fox could say, hey, we got the Big 12 game of the week every day at 3 o'clock. Because listen, these networks, yeah, they're partners with these leagues, but they also, they still want the ratings. Fox is still going to run games.
You have to.
In the afternoon against CBS.
Yeah.
So they're going to want the best game they can possibly get because they want the ratings for themselves.
Yeah.
So maybe the focus should be on trying to make that time. Because, a lot of the good SEC games are probably going to move to evenings.
Yes.
Because that's where ABC is going to want them.
Yes.
And so maybe you could sit on, 3 o'clock. Well, 3 o'clock. So you got a little time after big noon kickoff.
Because that's what Fox usually does. They do a 3 o'clock game instead of a 2:30.
And just say, hey, let's just try to make this our time.
So here's my question that I would ask. Does Wilner know something? Because like when a guy that's plugged in throws out some pretty wild ideas, it always makes me think, like, has he heard something? Is he,
it's possible.
You talked about the trial balloon of the 14-team playoff and the auto bids for the conferences earlier. I wonder, just given how plugged in Wilner is, if he might be doing the same thing for the Big 12. And if so, like, that makes me kind of excited to see what could come from this. I have always been someone, I'm a media nerd, first of all, but who is a believer in give us more windows. Like, we don't need the traditional windows like we have always had them. Why not stagger things just a little bit more? To go back to what the listener said a few minutes ago, March Madness and how those games will end and other games are beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think that would be really cool. And so the Big 12, as they try to say what you want about your mark, and certainly some of the language that he uses is very corporate internet speak. I do like that he is at least kicks the tires on trying something new to keep his conference alive, and maybe this would be another way to do that.
Well, they're going to do something.
Yes.
They're going to attempt to do something. And if there's one thing about your mark, as much as I like to call him Larry Scott 2.0, he does want to try different things to get his conference out there. And so something will change. What it is and whether it's any of these ideas or something else remains to be seen. But there will be, I feel very confident in saying there's going to be some very unusual, non-traditional kickoff times featuring Big 12 schools, if not this year, in the future.
Couldn't agree more.
Well, coming up, it is time for 25 teams and 25 grums. Today, we're going with a G5 representative. We thought we would use one of our 25 slots for a G5 representative.
Just like the playoff will use one of their 12 spots for the G5.
And Josh said, give me liberty or give me death.
And John decided not to kill me.
And because Josh claims he's retired from the murder cult, I said, well, death's out of the question, so it's got to be liberty.
Mm-hmm.
The U.S. won, but they did not cover.
Oh, rats. Thank God I didn't go over the bridge.
Or to the
cornfield.
Yeah, I didn't go there, yeah.
To Nebraska's
number one sports book,
the first exit on I-680 off the Mormon Bridge.
Indeed.
It pays to cross the bridge.
Oh, it does indeed.
Nice.
You might say.
It does
103-86 was the final.
Go America.
U.S. over South Sudan. Next, we will talk with the sideline reporter for the Liberty Radio Network. Nick Pierce will join us. It's a very interesting team who does have back their quarterback.
They do indeed.
We'll find out more about the Flames next on 1620 The Zone.
Salter winding up. To the air, to the end zone. It is hauled in. Caught, touchdown. C.J. Daniels gives Liberty the lead early in the fourth on a 37-yard touchdown strike from Salter to Daniels.
Handoff goes to Cooley with a burst of speed. Inside the 20. They're not going to get him. Touchdown, Flames.
They're down at 8. Salter, end zone, caught. Touchdown, Daniels. Marvelous catch.
It's time for 25 teams in 25 grubs.
For the first time in the history of the program, we feature the Liberty Flames of Conference USA. Nick Pierce is their sideline reporter for Liberty football, and he joins us on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. Nick, good afternoon.
Hey, guys. Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you
great.
fantastic. Have you ever spoken to anybody from Nebraska before?
I'm sure I have at some point in my life, kind of grabbing for off the top of my head. Funny enough, we actually have a receiver here that transferred from Nebraska. He's from Orlando, but he was at least out there for a short time.
Nick, I want to start with the head coach of Liberty as he moves into year 2. 13-1 last year, didn't lose until the bowl game. So obviously, record-wise, not really a whole lot to get disappointed by. But beyond just wins and losses, how would you grade the job that he did at ingratiating himself there in that culture and making sure that former players were good to go and bringing in new talent as well?
Well, I think you have to go A+. I mean, when you look at the results on the field, that speaks for itself. And look, Jamie Chadwell is a guy that's done this now at multiple places. If you look at his win-loss record over the last 4 years, it's 44-7. And then the 13-1 mark here last year in year 1, which is just unheard of, really. I mean, when you think about the climate of today's game, where we are now with our game and the transfer portal and kids just bouncing, I say kids, I call them kids now, I'm 40 years old, student athletes, players, however you want to say it, just bouncing all over the place. That's really hard to do. There was near half, 50% roster turnover last year with this team. It was unknown who the starting quarterback was going to be going into fall camp. I think everyone had an idea that Caden Salter could do the job, but you had a couple of other guys around him that could potentially be options. So to weather all of that, and then on top of that, unexpectedly, have a player tragically pass away during fall camp last year, had to go through that at the beginning of camp last year. And to come out the way that they did, I think was phenomenal.
The biggest addition from the portal wasn't an addition; it was a non-subtraction. Caden Salter, a lot of opportunities, certainly for a guy who threw for over 3,000 yards, had a great touchdown to interception ratio, but he decided to remain at Liberty. Why was that the case?
I think, and first of all, that gave everyone kind of heart palpitations there a couple of days after the Fiesta Bowl when you see Caden Salter's name jump into the transfer portal. Sometimes I think just talking to not just Caden, but just different guys, the grass isn't always greener. And you dip your toe out there and you kind of explore options, and that's what these players have a right to do now. Good for them. They should have the ability to go and make decisions, but sometimes, home is home, and it just made the most sense for him to stay here for a variety of reasons. And I think not the least of which is you've got an opportunity to come back and lead a team to potentially the college football playoff now this year, right? I mean, the expanded playoff field, it's 12 teams. That Liberty had the kind of season that it did last year. It's playing, I think it was the first round game at Florida State, the way that the seeding would have ended up if you extrapolate how the rankings went last year. So, I think all those things just kind of, and the culture that's been built here, it's a culture that really is able to do the little things that it takes to win that sound so cliche and boring. We're trying to go 1-0 each week, the Bill Belichick line. We're trying to just take it 1 week at a time. But this team really does a great job of doing just that. And I think so because they celebrate winning. You know, how often do you see teams go out there and quote unquote underperform but still win the game? It's like, why didn't you beat this person by this team by this amount of points or whatever? And I'm kind of rabbit trailing here, but I'll bring it back in a second. But this team doesn't really get caught up in that. They don't get caught up in the external expectations, and they go back and they celebrate every win, no matter how close or how lopsided it was. To bring it back, you talk about external expectations. I think everyone externally probably expected Caden Salter to go somewhere else and make a lot of money potentially, or be at a Power 5 or Power 4 now school. But, you know, his desire was to stay here and try to lead this team to something special.
Nick, interior of the offensive line, there's some production gone. How big of a question mark is that going to make not only the interior part, but I guess the offensive line as a whole?
Yeah, I think the offensive line is one of the questions going into fall camp. That's fair. Coach Chadwell even talked about it this morning with the media. You lose a guy in Chase Mitchell on the outside, as it is at left guard. He goes to Vanderbilt. But they've got a kid named Jordan Hall coming in from Monmouth, transferred in, that they feel like could go in there and compete for the job. Jack Tucker, I'm more going exterior right now. But on the interior, you've got an anchor there in Jordan White, who is on the Outland Trophy list. The starting center, started every game last year, was I think 13th in the country for most snaps played by a center. So when you can anchor it right there in the middle, that's going to help both the guys on his left and his right. So however it ends up shaping out, I think they feel pretty good with the interior there, the core, if you will. And we'll see what fall camp tells us about the rest of it. But they do feel like they've got some guys that can compete for the job.
Nick Pierce, who covers the sidelines for Liberty Football, joining us. 25 teams and 25 Grums. You mentioned earlier, former Husker Victor Jones Jr. is the transfer out of the portal that is arrived there at Liberty, and it comes at a time where they desperately need it because 5 of the top 6 pass catchers are gone, including C.J. Daniels. We, ironically enough, talked about LSU yesterday in this segment in 25 teams. He went to LSU, top pass catcher from a year ago. How does it look trying to replicate or keep that same amount of production with a basically all new look to the passing offense?
Yeah, that's a good question, and that's the other big question coming into fall camp is who are going to step up and catch these balls from Caden Salter. C.J. Daniels, 1,000 yards and 10 touchdowns, gone to Baton Rouge. So where do you turn now? Well, they feel like they have some guys that have had some success at other places. They just haven't done it here. Specifically talking about Victor, unfortunately, he had an ACL tear last year, so didn't play at all, and then had a setback in the summer while rehabbing that. So not sure how long he's going to be out as of right now. They feel good about a kid named Reese Smith, who they got in the transfer portal last year from West Virginia. But as it turns out, he had a setback coming back from his injury that sidelined him all of last year. So you got a couple of injuries there. They feel better about getting Smith back, I think, sooner rather than later than they do Jones. But then continuing to look at the portal, you've got a guy named by the name of Julian Gray, who comes in from NC State. Was really an impact on special teams there. He's one of their all-time leaders in kick return yardage. Took one to the house last year, but he can step up at receiver as well. He's going to be a guy that's going to have to step forward and make some plays for them this year. Then they've also got a return man or a returning receiver in Trayon Sibley. He caught a lot of big balls last year, early in the season particularly. So they've got some guys, and then a transfer from Coastal Carolina as well, who has some familiarity in Jamie Chadwell's offense. So they feel like they have some guys, but again, it's just going to be, can they do it here and with this team, this offense, this quarterback? That's the question that'll have to be answered.
Other side of the ball, Nick. I know the defense brings back some young players that played a lot last year. They also brought in a ton of guys out of the portal, which has been a through line of this conversation. Which level of the defense would you say has the biggest question going into the season?
I'd say a corner. Losing Kobe Singleton in the transfer portal, that hurt. But you've got some guys back in the secondary as safety, and Brylan Green, who was an All-American last year, Quentin Reese, an experienced player. This is a team that led the country in interceptions last year with 21. I don't know how much that's getting talked about, but that was certainly impressive. Now, can they rely on that again this year to have that many takeaways, especially with some of the losses at corner? I don't know. And that was something that Coach Chapel talked today about. Realistically, when you have a team that's got a lot of interceptions or a lot of takeaways like that, they kind of come back towards the mean, the middle of the following year. So what they've really emphasized is trying to get a few more fumbles and try to strip the ball out more in fall camp to try to make sure that they get those takeaway numbers, even if the interceptions, aren't the same number this year. Just try to continue to develop ways to get takeaways. So they do have talking about the defense as a whole, they do have the preseason Conference USA Defensive Player of the Year in C.J. Bazille, outside linebacker, joker, that hybrid position there on the defensive end, however you want to pronounce it or call it. But Bazille comes back. He quietly led this team in tackles for loss last year. It's a team that did not get a whole lot of pressure on the quarterback for a variety of reasons. I think, one, they didn't have maybe the depth that they wanted to have on the defensive line last year to be able to generate pressure throughout the course of the game. But also, if you watch Conference USA football, a whole lot of these quarterbacks are getting the ball out quick. It's quick distribution, so it's hard to get pressure a lot of times on these quarterbacks. So I think combination of trying to get some more depth in there this year. Maybe Bazille has a breakout year, looking for big things from Jay Hardy at the nose guard position up there on the defensive line. If you get some more production there, maybe generate some more pressure on the quarterback, maybe you get some of those turnovers that way as well.
Nick Pierce covering the sidelines for the Liberty Radio Network, 25 teams and 25 grums. Nick, enjoyed the conversation. Thank you very much. Have fun this year, and we may be talking to you again down the road, especially if the Flames can make it into the playoff.
Hey, thanks a lot, guys. Really appreciate it. It was a lot of fun.
All right. Nick Pierce joining us on the 42 Degrees, The Source hotline. So as you take a look at Liberty's numbers.
Yeah, among other things.
Yeah, Liberty's numbers.
Yep. I didn't realize that's what he looked like. I've never looked at Jerry. I've never looked at Jerry Falwell Sr. before.
Yeah, that's.
I just read his.
By the
horrible
way,
quotes.
school opened the same year I was born. Great things happened in 1971. Greatest college football team of all time. Yours truly, and Liberty University.
Nice.
But when you look at this team, the thing that actually might be the biggest stumbling block is their schedule, because it is very, very easy. Now, sure, across Group of 5, it's not like they're all going to be leading the country in strength of schedule. But as you're going to see here in a minute, Liberty has one of the worst schedules in the country in terms of schedule strength. So basically, their margin of error is minuscule.
Yes.
As in, they probably have to go undefeated.
Yeah, absolutely they do. Whereas like a Memphis, a Boise, they're going to be able to get in, I would think, with one loss over an undefeated, and even 10-2 versus 11-1. Like, I think the margin of error is 0. I think they have to go undefeated, and Kelly Ford, our friend, has them with an 8% chance of going 12-0. Then they'd have to win, obviously, the conference championship game. That said, I mean, it really seems like it's going to come down to that Appalachian State game. It's kind of like Ohio State, which we've talked about recently, in Oregon. Oregon gets the game in Eugene, and so thus they are a slightly larger favorite to win the Big Ten. The App State game, 46% chance for Liberty. They get a victory there, dude. They might as well coast the rest of the season. But margin of victory, I think, is going to be a huge thing to keep an eye on with this team. I don't think it's just going to be about being 12-13-0. It's going to be about what's your margin of victory? How bad are you beating teams by? The game control metric that they love talking about, especially if one of the other if another G5 team's undefeated, if it's Memphis or the like, good luck to you.
So I went and did a quick comparison. These are the top 5 Group of 5 teams, according to K Ford, in terms of being the favorites in their conference. Remember, the playoff representative will be the highest ranked Group of 5 conference champion team.
Okay.
So UTSA in the AAC, Liberty out of Conference USA, Toledo out of the MAC, Boise out of the Mountain West, and Big Jim Madison out of the Sun Belt. And
real quick, were the top 5? These were the top 5 straight up. And they're all in different conferences.
Well, no,
these are the top 5.
These are the tops in each of those leagues.
Okay, my bad.
These are the tops in each of those leagues.
Okay.
And if you notice, Liberty is dead last in K Ford's scheduled difficulty rank. Liberty is 134 out of 134.
Yeah, Toledo's 133, so they're not a whole lot better. But Boise, because they get Oregon State and Washington State.
Correct. Yeah, that little scheduling agreement with Oregon State and Washington State has definitely helped Boise. Plus, they play Oregon.
So it gives them a little more margin of error. Because they're going to lose to Oregon. Can they win the rest of the games? Can they go 10-2? Like if they're 10-2 and Liberty's 11-1, like especially if the loss is to App State, they're going to have a really good opportunity. That's what other G5 teams are rooting for. They're rooting for Liberty to lose to Appalachian State, pick up no other good wins, and then the committee chooses you based off of being a 10-2 team or 11-1 team versus them at 11-1 as well.
UTSA has a game against Texas. Toledo's got a game against Mississippi State. Jim Madison plays North Carolina. Those are the only other Power 5 or Power 4 teams that are on any of these teams' schedules. But yeah, Boise State, 81st in scheduled difficulty rank, not great. But when you compare it to Jim Madison, Liberty, and Toledo, much better, which means Boise can afford to lose that Oregon game. But if they could beat Oregon State and Washington State, who they both get at home.
Crazy.
That mulligan, we talked about mulligans yesterday, is going to look a lot better than if Liberty goes 12-0. Liberty's going to need some style points.
100%. They're going to
need to go undefeated, and they're going to need style points.
Yeah, they can't lose to. Yeah, if you're ranking what they got to do, got to take care of business first and foremost. So you got to go 13-0, which means you're beating Appalachian State, which is good. If you don't beat Appalachian State, they got to win these games by so many points. And look, I know that we say it's a fresh slate, it's a new season. Last season doesn't matter. I do wonder though if it could end up hurting them that they got boat raced by Oregon like they did. That was an embarrassing football game. It was not competitive at all. And again, it's why I think if you're like you and I are, and you want the G5 to have an involvement in the playoff, you want a strong G5 team to make it, and you want them to play a competitive game with the 5 seed. Otherwise, I would not be surprised if in 2 years they are out of the race. Nick, who do we have tomorrow in 25 teams and 25 grums?
The Rutgers.
The Rutgers.
Nick is 8 for 8 with radio people. He's doing a great job.
So good. Well, I'm
and the rest of the week,
just
Nick?
8 for 8. He's 8 for 8.
I believe in you, Nick.
We have 8 guests, and they've all been on the
So we got
air.
Rutgers tomorrow. We got Florida State on Friday. Do we have any other scheduled guests for next week?
Monday's pending. We might have Utah on Tuesday.
Might have Utah.
We
And
have
then John's
Kansas.
on vacation.
Yeah, we have Kansas on Wednesday.
But it's still going to continue.
No, it's
25
not.
teams going to continue with or without
This
me.
train ain't going nowhere. I mean, it just keeps rolling is what it does, actually.
Choo-choo.
It will continue to roll on.
Still to come, Mitch Holtis here at the bottom of the hour. Dumb debates right after that. And coming up next, it's the Run and Wrestling Connection. I suppose you're going to have some kind of Olympic preview.
Yeah, I can give you one of those.
Well, it's your part. I mean, I'm not going to do – if you don't want me
My
doing
running's
the running
been really
part,
good this week.
You don't want me doing the running.
Even with the horrible weather. It's been pretty solid. I've been happy.
Proud of you.
My back was hurting. I wasn't kidding about that earlier. I've been having some back issues. Upper back issues.
Back
which is,
boy.
Okay, they haven't approved the medical marijuana yet. You don't have to fake any injuries. Yet.
Yeah. Exactly. I'm not faking anything.
I got a hangnail. Give
it
me
was
some
hurting.
dope.
I'd lay down at night and my back would hurt. Now it's feeling better though. So I've been
Well,
running
that's
better.
good.
Yeah. Thank you, John. I appreciate
That's
you.
good. I'm glad.
You're a nice guy, John.
No, I'm not.
Your takes are not always bad.
My takes are awesome. They're the best takes. Coming up, Run and Wrestling Connection and more. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Waiting for the rain to show up. Yeah, it'll be getting here in about an hour.
The actor? Wow.
1620 The Zone.
What's up with all these listeners, John, asking us to do a wrestling segment?
You want to talk to me about running?
Maybe I do, John.
You know what? This is what we'll do. We'll do a minute of running and a minute of wrestling. The Run and Wrestling Connection.
I've already run like so many K today.
This is wrestling. This.
For no particular reason, I decided to go for a little run.
Get off the wrestling mat. Boo!
Run.
The Run and Wrestling Connection. It's a big week for both running and wrestling.
Hell yes, it is.
How is it for connections, though?
I don't know.
Damn it.
Isn't that a game? Oh, I play that game sometimes.
So
I suck at it.
So what are we supposed to be looking forward
John,
to this week?
Okay, so first of all, we haven't had any running yet. I don't even know if we've had wrestling yet at the Olympics. I don't watch that stupid sport. It's a bad sport. I don't like
running?
it. No,
Okay.
wrestling, John. But tomorrow, I don't want to say it's the main event, but it's like a great appetizer. The run walk.
Oh, good Lord.
Rather, the race walk.
Oh, my
begins tomorrow.
God.
And you know what, John?
Fast walking.
So the men's 20K race walk will happen at 12:30. So we won't be here yet. But at 2:20,
oh my God,
the women's 20K race walk gets going. They will deliver a gold medal to the winner. We will have that on here as the crossover finishes up.
Oh my God.
But the good stuff finally begins in all seriousness. This weekend, starting on Friday, we're going to have it's all sorts of qualification rounds. We're all very excited. Sadly, the marathon's still not for quite some time, but the Americans, they're over there. They're running. I follow them on Strava. I see them running. They're getting ready. Clayton Young, Connor Mance.
Don't know these people.
Well, they're from Utah, John.
Oh, they're good Mormons.
They are good Mormons, yeah.
Good.
So looking forward to
So
it.
they probably like the sleeping arrangements there with the cardboard beds and the no sex.
Probably, yeah. So it's a great time. Of course, the rock star event is the 100-meter dash. That'll happen in a little bit. Sadly, it's wild. What I always find interesting is someone who
about 10 seconds
just runs the marathon, which you could really only do once every handful of months because it would destroy your body otherwise. All these other events have like quarterfinals and semifinals and first rounds and yada, yada, yada.
You know what would be fun?
What?
Is if they made the sprinters into marathoners and made the marathoner sprint. How would that go? That'd
Well,
be kind of fun to watch.
I mean, it would definitely be different.
When I say fun to watch, I mean not really.
I would say this. I think that they need to add trail running to the next Olympics. Nick's so pumped that baseball is going to be back. I want to see ultra marathon. I want to see a 100-mile race out there.
I would actually like that too.
See,
could
Nick
you
would
imagine
like
them
that too.
running on the PCH?
Yeah, the PCH.
Pacific Coast Highway.
Oh, okay, sure. Yeah, that'd be awesome. So there you go. Mustache Adam says, how do they police whether or not someone is race walking versus
Thank you.
Do they have the radar gun out there making sure they don't
Thank
top a certain
you.
mile per hour? No, they did. They made fun of it on Malcolm in the Middle one time. I believe it's about both of your feet have to be on the field at the same time. Isn't that? I believe that's the rule.
It probably is, but anytime,
It's such a weird sport.
Yes, it's very weird.
It's a very weird sport. I would admit that. Yeah, have to have one foot in contact with the grounds at all times. And so that's why
That's why they look like they'll duck walk with their little butts wiggling.
Is this like what Hal and Malcolm in the Middle
that was
did?
the thing I
Yeah.
was just referencing. Yeah, with the goofy helmet and everything.
Yeah.
Well, it is
Just made the
SummerSlam
connection.
weekend
Come on and slam.
If we're gonna
in Cleveland Browns Stadium.
Jam.
Oh.
Your main event matches, CM Punk versus Drew McIntyre. We talked about that last week.
Sure. Yeah, I've heard of this.
Cody Rhodes defending the title against Solo of the Bloodline.
His damn story.
Damian Priest versus one of my favorite wrestlers, Gunther.
So if Damien is a priest, is Gunther a
Gunther's
pastor? Gunther pastor?
Gunther's from Europe, and he has a very
Gunther youth pastor?
He has a very, he's all about the restoring the respect to wrestling.
Oh.
He's a very authoritative. He's called the Ring General.
Okay. And what's this event again?
This is the SummerSlam that's
Okay.
happening this week. That's for the.
Don't they know it's football
for one
season
of the
almost?
belts.
It's fall. It's almost fall. Should be called Fall Slam.
Rhea Ripley and Liv Morgan and Bayley versus Nia Jax.
Do you like watching women wrestle?
The women's wrestling It used to be back when you were watching
Sable.
The reason why you weren't allowed to watch it was because basically they were all bra and panties matches.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now,
Well, that's when they still call them
there's
the
some-
divas.
Do they have pants and T-shirts?
No, they still wear the skimpy clothing.
Oh,
Not
but-
always, though.
But they
Respecting women.
they're much better ring performers.
Oh, good.
There's some legitimately good athletes, like
good.
former
Oh,
gymnasts and
Oh, awesome.
volleyball players and stuff.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Any Nebraska Cornhuskers? They play volleyball.
I
I was watching the volleyball match earlier today when USA won.
No.
It's wild that 25% of the team is former Nebraska.
Yeah,
Cornhuskers.
no.
Wow, these events sound very cool.
So the Peacock, there's a good chance the Peacock might blow up because you're going to have all the
So many
Olympic stuff
things.
going on and the SummerSlam both on the same.
Plus, people are probably still watching Office reruns.
That's true.
Parks and Rec.
Someone's going to be like, I can't get to my Office reruns because all
It'll be
these
like that
idiots are
TV.
watching the Olympics.
It'll be like that TV over there.
Yeah, probably.
Mhm.
Really slow. Coming up next, Mitch Holtis.
Let's do it.
He is going to introduce us to a guy named Travis Kelce.
Oh, I've never heard of this man.
Yeah. And we'll talk what happened today in Chiefs training camp next on 1620 The Zone.
There's certain things that at this point in my career I see that we may need, and I've been fortunate enough to be here all 13 or all 12 years. I'm sorry, I'm giving myself even more than that, since 2013, I should say. And I think as a leader, I've over the course of these seasons, it's just kind of in me to try and do whatever the team needs me to do, and sometimes that extra spark of just showing the passion and the desire that I have to win and want to be that for the team and want that so bad for the team. Sometimes you just need to see one of your teammates or one of the leaders on the team, show that drive and show that energy and kind of, embody the mentality that you got to have to, win a Super Bowl, So it's just, I think the passion's always been there. How I show it has always been, unique.
Yeah, you could say that.
Mm-hmm.
Travis Kelce certainly definitely shows his passion in a very unique way, but it was a very interesting year for Travis. The beginning of the season, most of the regular season, it just seemed like something was a little off. Certainly all the stuff with the Taylor Swift mania, kind of distracted a few folks, but there were certain concerns that, maybe this is the downhill slide for Kelce. And then the playoffs started and it was like nothing ever changed. And so now, Mitch Holtis, as we welcome you in, brought to you by Hy-Vee, official grocery partner of the Kansas City Chiefs. How do you see Travis Kelce's mindset in this training camp, especially compared to last year's training camp before the season started?
Well, let's take it from there, because I asked him, that clip was when I asked him, why were you so amped up last year? Like, he was amped up, even remember the chest bump of Coach on the sideline.
Right.
That he went a little too far with that one, right? Okay, Kels, dial it down. But it was the Baltimore game, AFC Championship, and I'm doing a Field Pass pregame show for 65 TPT and Chiefs live on our YouTube channel. And, I do that in our radio stuff, but I'm down on the field. So I always do, and John, you know this, the PGP, right? When you're doing the J's,
Yep.
you go get the PGP. And so I get the PGP in our locker room, but I hear it's almost like a shrieking lion, and it's Kelce. And I'm like, oh my God, this guy is so ramped up. And then he goes out and has the game of his life, going for 116 and a great catch against Kyle Hamilton. He was so intent on getting the back-to-back Super Bowl championships from a standpoint of historically, and I think he wanted to do it for everybody else. The other thing, and you mentioned, and he only had 5 touchdowns in the regular season, which is crazy. He only had 4 times he had double-digit targets. And I think some of it was being the lead dog of the Iditarod. He didn't have much help, right? 44 drops. He had a bunch of those. He had 8 himself. But there was so much pressure on him. And we got the back off week 18 against the Chargers and gave up the 8th straight 1,000-yard season to say, I need to rest. It made all the difference in the world for him. This camp, to answer your question, I'm sorry I went a circuitous route. This camp, he is dialed in. And he said it's almost cathartic. It's like a diversion from all of the other stuff to come play football with his guys. And there's no paparazzi and there's no drones and there's nobody waiting to see when he leaves his house and where he's going and what airport he's headed to. Like he's having fun. Hard, but he's having fun. This is almost a diversion from the distraction, if that makes sense.
Mitch, I wanted to ask you about that because, like, being a champion in the NFL brings about a certain level of fame, and yet that fame pales in comparison to being a rock star level of fame. And so I wonder if there is a feeling at all within the franchise that, like, if we can get through what happened in 2023 with all the wild, crazy stuff, we can kind of get through anything.
Absolutely. Then throw in the fact that he and Jason, I mean, the New Heights, they have the worth on that podcast of $100 million. I mean, Kelce's become larger than life. He's probably the best Saturday Night Live show host they've had in the last 10 years. I mean, he was really funny. It was like the old days of Saturday Night Live. But he's larger than life. So where do we go from here is your question. And I'm not exactly sure. But I do know he's like everybody else. Now, all of a sudden, if he was that driven to win back-to-back, what's he thinking to get 3 in a row, which has never been done? So it's just, and he's got a lot of help this year. That's the big difference. He's got deep help from those receivers we talked about earlier in the week. He's got Wiley coming in to help him tie it in the red zone. You're not going to be able, they're going to try to double Kelce early on, and it's going to burn teams, and then they're going to have to single cover him. So I think, hoping these new guys will help Kelce's 2024, where he's not just getting bit and pinched and pulled down and grabbed. And the other thing, and I can't tell you everything here, but Coach has come up with some brand new schemes I've never seen in football before at any level that's going to help him get open. So I think 24 could be much better for him.
You mentioned Xavier Worthy a couple of days ago in this report. What other rookies have caught your eye so far?
Well, Wiley's right there with him. He's like 1A, 1B. The other one is Jaden Hicks. And the Chiefs pick up another value pick in the 4th round from Washington State. I have no idea why he dropped to the 4th round. He was the top-rated safety by many going into the draft. He's going to play a lot. And he's in the rotation there. Now, Justin Reed's been out with a quad injury that he suffered away from football, away from us anyway, but that's given Hicks a whole lot more reps. Now, the one that's probably most intriguing to Omaha fans and Council Bluff fans and Harlan, Iowa fans is Kingsley Suama'atia, who is the second-round pick from BYU, who right now, if we're playing tonight, would be your starting left tackle. That's going to be a work in progress, and he's guarding the back door of Patrick Mahomes. So those are the most intriguing rookies in what could be another really good class for Brett Beach.
Well, we'll see. What I mean, you've
done a great job teasing, is what he's done.
Great job teasing. I mean, we had Andy Reid day one, we had Patrick yesterday, we had Kelsey today. I mean, there's nowhere to go but down from here, right?
Wow.
Unless you have the biggest free agent signing by any team during the offseason, because we get all caught up on who's new, who's going to what new team. And sometimes the biggest ones are the ones you sign of your own guys. We're staying in Canton, Ohio tomorrow because this dude's headed there too. And now that your guy, Aaron Donald, has retired after toiling for the Rams and bringing you a Super Bowl championship,
yes,
the best interior defensive lineman in the league will be our guest tomorrow.
All right. I'm looking forward to it.
All right.
Mitch Holtis, voice of the Chiefs. Yes, it has. It's been a really good first week. Puts all the pressure on next week.
Well, we got more coming, buddy. It's
And
just
the week after.
Stay humble, stay hungry. Let's go.
Exactly.
Thank you, Mitch.
Thanks, Mitch.
See you guys.
Mitch Holtis brought to you by Hy-Vee, official grocery partner of the Kansas City Chiefs.
Wow. Can you believe it? 3 days in, 3 future Hall of Famers. Maybe one more Hall of Famer tomorrow. Maybe one more Hall of Famer tomorrow. And then after that, as Nick calls them, the dregs. I cannot believe he says that. He
I'm the
says the
worst.
Chiefs. He disrespects the Chiefs.
Chiefs.
Yeah, he does indeed.
Well, coming up next, it is time for Dumb Debates.
I love it.
And today in Dumb Debates, we are going to visit something that happened yesterday that we did a good job of avoiding. Also, I saw an interesting, it wasn't even a dumb debate, but it was a tweet today by a friend of the Grum, Todd Furman, that I twisted into a dumb debate question. And of course, whatever you, the people, have submitted to us by using the hashtag dumb debates and sending it to us in the JTech Construction Zone Twitter.
Nick even sent one in our little group chat on Twitter.
I did, inspired from yesterday, the thing that we had talked about.
Inspired from yesterday.
So stand by the Wednesday dumb debates next on 1620 The Zone.
be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
When you're gone.
Listeners and not to, we did anyway. Dumb debating.
John's computer sucks, Macs are the only way. Dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Mailing a base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton?
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Die for the pylon or give up on the plate, dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away. Dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around.
Even if it gives him fatal flatulation.
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
Well, it is time again for Dumb Debates, the time of the week where we turn the Grum over to you because we love you. And we want you to help participate. And it kills a segment for us every week.
No, we do appreciate that.
Yeah.
Especially on a Wednesday.
Yeah. Because Wednesday is just kind of.
Remember when Sip made us move Dumb Debates to Thursday for a little bit?
Yeah, Thursday's a good day. John, what do you call Thursday? The most underrated day of the week.
It is.
John's a big Thursday guy.
Yeah.
The Thursday boys.
Yeah.
I don't love Thursday that much.
Wow, that's a horrible take. I love Thursday, especially in the NFL season. You got a little football that night. It's almost the weekend.
It's Thursday night football, though. It's not always good football.
But it's football, Nick. Football is football.
You know
Football
what?
is
There's
family.
there is nothing wrong with appreciating quality football and not just watching football because it's football.
I'm a
if the game
goober.
sucks, or you're not interested in the teams, you don't have to watch.
John, when you go home, you just sit at home. What else are you going to watch?
What do you mean? What I sit at
You
home?
don't hang
No,
out with
I-
friends.
I
You've been
walk-
married for 100 years, so you're
I
not like going
walk
on
the
dates.
dog. I eat. Sometimes I just like to unwind and get away from sports when I get home.
I know, me too. That's why I read books, but not during the fall. That's when the sports are back. They're
The sports
back.
are here right now. What do you call this garbage we've been watching all day?
I don't like that sport. That's tennis. Don't like that sport. Oscar emails in. This is the most recent one we got, so he's cutting to the front of the line. Oscar says,
That's no fair.
would you rather have a personal chef or a personal maid? Cleaning, laundry, etc.
Ooh. This would be a good question for the wife who hates both.
My wife.
Well, nothing's stopping you from helping, John.
Oh, excellent point, Nick.
I
When
do-
you're not watching football.
I do help. And I also have my chores around the house too, like the mowing and the tending to the greens. Basically, I'm the head greenskeeper.
Stereotypical
The
men's
fixer guy.
chores.
Wow, classic.
Men's work job.
We actually do our own laundry in our
what
house.
difference is it? You know what? I don't know if
We do our own laundry.
Yeah. Everyone in my house does their own laundry.
Yeah.
Everybody. The boys do their own. I do my own. I can't even tell you. I don't know if my wife has ever done my laundry.
Yeah.
At a certain
She might have. And she definitely doesn't want me doing hers because she gets, you don't do it right. You overload the washer. You know?
At a
But,
certain
yeah,
point,
we've always done our own laundry.
I think around the time I was probably 12, 13, I just started doing my own laundry.
Yeah, it's great. I like doing my own laundry. Look, the answer for me is very easy, and that would be a chef. Assuming, again...
Wow, Josh here saying his wife sucks at cooking.
So here's a good...
I
like
hope you're listening, Marissa. He hates your
She's at work.
cooking.
No, for a couple reasons. First of all, she's not like when I get home tonight, she won't be there. I have to decide on what I'm going to have on my own.
Potato and chicken.
Nick, you nailed it. Spoiler alert for what's for dinner. But here's the reason why, especially, I wouldn't have to do the dishes because that is also their job. They clean.
Is it?
In my world of having a chef,
I don't think
yes.
so.
I'm not trying to
I
do
don't
no
know if
dishes.
the chef does
I
their
hate
own
of all the
dishes.
things
I think they
that
just do the cooking. They dirty the dishes. Someone else has got to do it. I mean, that's what the maid's job is.
Favorite chores to least favorite chores. what I don't know what is number one, but what is last is doing the dishes.
Well, Josh,
I do it, but I hate it.
If you go to a restaurant, the chef doesn't also clean the dishes. They have dishwashers.
Yeah, but if I have a chef, I assume I have some money. So somebody else can take care of it. Also, just going home tonight and like having a dinner prepared and not having to worry about it and not having to, put a baked potato in the air fryer for an hour, be nice.
Give me the maid.
The maid?
Yeah.
That means all your cobwebs are gone. No Halloween for you.
No, Nick.
I'm fine with cooking. I can cook. That's not a big deal for me. I don't need anything super fancy.
Yeah, we know you have rice.
You have rice.
But I struggle sometimes with like laundry. I hate laundry. It's so easy, but it's always so hard for me to start. It's like, I have to put clothes in the washer, even though it's the easiest thing.
Laundry doesn't bother me a bit. The only thing,
so easy.
The only part that might bother me is just putting stuff away, but it's not really that.
I did laundry earlier today. I started it before lunch. I put it in the dryer before I came to work. It'll be done when I get home. I can fold it and put it away. Easy
for
peasy.
Sure. And it's not a matter of it's hard to do. It's hard to get me to start.
No, you
do
also
it.
have to go somewhere, right? You have to go to a separate laundry room. It's not in your apartment complex.
Lately, I've been using the girlfriends.
Okay, so you bring your basket over like you're in college.
Yeah,
that's hilarious.
I mean, I don't have to pay for it.
Yeah,
so that's nice.
That's good. Yeah, I don't mind starting laundry. So Nick wants the maid. Did you decide? Yeah, Sam. Grim hiring a chef who makes him rice 5 nights a week.
I'm guessing the wife would, because I'm guessing the wife would vote for chef.
Yeah.
That'd be my guess.
Be nice.
I will ask her tonight when I get home. If you could pick
dumb
one,
debates,
if we
dear.
had a maid or a chef, which would you pick?
Jordan writes, will Nick's maid be wearing a French maid outfit? Yeah, that's the first thing I thought of, too, is Nick wants this because of being a sicko.
No.
Interesting. Can you come dust in front of me, please?
I would never.
Okay.
I'm not a pig.
That's good, Nick.
I don't say oink oink.
Piggy, give me some slop.
Well, then you definitely need the maid if you're not a pig, you don't
yeah,
need the
then
maid.
yeah, you don't need a maid. So you would want your maid to just put your laundry away? That's not even maid behavior. Do maids do laundry?
Not just laundry.
Yes.
Just also, just cleaning around the house.
Yeah, one of the things that I don't do
Vacuuming.
very often is dust. I do need to dust.
Yeah.
more. I don't mind vacuuming. Banks, the worst part about vacuuming, honestly, is Banks isn't afraid of the vacuum, and so he just gets in the way. Banks, you got to move. I got to vacuum.
Growing up in the middle of nowhere, how I did, dusting seemed like a losing battle all the time.
Oh, yeah.
Because you're just on the gravel. There was just dust.
All
You lived
chores
with
in
it.
the end, if you think about it, it's like you do the thing only to then have to do the thing again. You unload the dishwasher to load the dishwasher right back up. That's what life is. Life is unloading the dishwasher just to load it again.
Will the circle be unbroken?
No, it never will. It can never end.
Unless-
there will always be cars on the road. No one ever just parks at the same time.
Unless you get a maid who can do your dishes for you.
Wow, all the time. Nick just wants a dishwasher all the time.
So yesterday, we kind of avoided talking about this, but the Oregon Duck
Oh man, we did such a good job.
showed up yesterday. I guess it's part of this. It's part of a guerrilla marketing campaign because I guess they're going to all the Big Ten schools. They're bringing the duck and they're taking pictures of the duck on campus. And it just so happened that Nebraska had its press day yesterday. So the duck showed up at the press conference and people were taking pictures and having a gay old time. Do you like this or dislike this?
I don't dislike the act itself. I dislike the reaction to it.
Which reaction to it?
Our brethren and sisters, our brothers and sisters in the media who take a billion pictures.
Oh, okay.
That's what I dislike about it. No offense to anybody. I'm very much a curmudgeon about this. But when, it's like, remember the time Tommy Armstrong went to the press conference with that scooter thingy?
Sure.
And how many photos? Like, just like that's not guerrilla. Like it goes past guerrilla marketing to just like everyone is just. It's like I don't know. It turns into less funny when a bunch of sports writers are like, "Whoa, look at the duck." No offense to anybody.
I think that
shots taken at Aaron Sorensen.
I think
Come
that
on.
this is the kind of goofy that the Big Ten needs.
Yeah, a mascot going to a press conference and getting thrown out.
I agree.
'Cause the Big
Wow.
Ten is boring. John and I talked about this that Monday you were gone. The Big Ten is boring. They need a goofy little guy just to get people excited for the Big Ten. And Oregon is that goofy little guy.
The Big Ten seems, in typical Big Ten fashion, I think they get the impression that people pay attention to us just because we exist. And there is an element of truth to that, right? I mean, I've compared the Big Ten to the McDonald's of conferences. They're everywhere, okay? But in the new world of college football, where now you are truly one of the big two, and there is a rivalry between the SEC and the Big Ten. The SEC embraces the weirdness.
Sure.
They embrace the camaraderie, the esprit de corps of all the members of the conference, the SEC chants, just means more stuff.
Yeah.
They do a really good job of telling everybody how good they are and how much fun they're having. And the Big Ten doesn't do that kind of stuff.
I did like the huge duck at media days.
And something like this, having someone new who breaks the stodgy old Big Ten way of doing things, I think is can only be good for this conference. And it's not like it's not outlandish.
Yeah.
It's not anything that's, it's just a mascot visiting other campuses. That's all it is.
Mm-hmm.
And, I think this is something that the Big Ten needs to do. I think more of its members need to embrace. I'm not saying they have to totally change what they are and just embrace Pac-12 weird. But they do need to realize they're now in a war for hearts and minds with the SEC, and they're really good at it, and you're not. And so good on Oregon for maybe shaking the tree a little bit.
For sending a duck to a press conference in August or in July?
Well, no, it's not just that, but it's sending the duck everywhere. It's putting the duck in the lake. I'm sure they've got some other ideas.
Well, they'll probably do some other
that
stuff.
they're probably going to do.
Okay.
I like that.
Okay. Wow, I'm surprised. I feel like you've turned young this week.
I'm always young, Josh.
Mm.
Todd Furman,
friend of the Grum,
tweeted this out earlier this morning. He said, I'm not sure which level of NFL futility is most impressive. The Browns, seeking their first division title since 1989, longest active drought in the league, and consecutive winning seasons for the first time since 1988-89.
That's wild. Oh, my gosh.
The Jets, looking for their first playoff appearance since 2010, longest active playoff drought of any major American sports team. Or the Miami Dolphins, longest active NFL drought without a playoff win. Last victory in 2000. Franchises lost 6 straight playoff games, and 5 of the 6 came by 17 or more points.
Did I tell you? Oh, sorry.
So my question is, which of those 3 levels of futility in the NFL is most impressive?
What were you going to say, Nick?
Did I tell you what Mike McDaniel is doing for practice?
No.
He's having it start 24 minutes after the top of the hour. A minute for every year they've gone without winning a playoff game.
Wow.
But that being said, I don't think they're the most futile because I think there's progress happening at Miami. I'm trying.
Well, that's not the question. The question is of
but
those
it's still
3.
futile. I mean, that's kind of amazing.
It's a lot of years
for a
franchise
century that in the 70s, in the 80s, and a good chunk of the 90s was one of the winningest franchises.
Yeah.
To not have a playoff win in 24 years.
But you know what?
That's a long time.
I don't think that they are the answer to this question.
What's the answer?
I think it's the Browns, and I think it's the Browns because of its 2 consecutive winning seasons. That's the part where it goes into a crazy level. The Jets have been at 500 or better, I have to imagine, at some point since 2010. That was the last time they made the playoffs, right? The Dolphins, 24 years, that's pretty wild, but sometimes you get in the playoffs and you lose a lot, right? It happens. To not have back-to-back winning seasons, and some people would say, Josh, they weren't in the NFL. They moved to Baltimore. Yeah, they were out of the NFL for like 3 years. It's not like they were gone for a decade. This isn't the Seattle Supersonics. I think that's the answer. To not have back-to-back winning seasons at any point since the 80s, since I was a tiny baby Josh. I was born in 88. So literally, I was born, they had back-to-back winning seasons, and they never have been. I've been out of diapers. That's wild. So my answer is the Browns. Of those 3, it's the Browns.
Yeah, it's the Browns because then you could tack on top of it, of those 3 teams, they're the team that has the longest championship drought.
Yeah.
They haven't won since they won the 64 NFL championship. Jets won a Super Bowl 5 years later, and
Even
the
the
Dolphins
yeah.
won a couple So
Browns and the Lions are like the oldest franchises that have never made the Super Bowl. It's them, and then it's the Texans and the Jacks.
Exactly.
But those are new franchises.
So yeah, I would say, first division title since 1989.
Yeah, that's wild. But again, the back-to-back winning seasons thing is bonkers.
Yeah, it is.
How have you not gone 9-7 or now 9-8?
By the way, the Jets did go 10-6 in 2015.
Okay, so I was going to say, so even in this time frame, they still had a year above 500, even if they were unable to make it to the playoffs.
I want the Browns to keep doing bad for now.
Wow.
But they're going to keep Deshaun Watson.
Ah, good point. Go Cowboys in week 1, says Nick Grimm.
Yeah.
Duncan.
Disgusting.
Duncan writes in, when UNO moved up to D1, they had to get rid of football. Now in the NIL era and with the new 105 roster limit, would it benefit Nebraska, both UNL and state at large, to bring back UNO football? UNO could recruit local kids to keep in state instead of going to other FCS schools in Iowa and the Dakotas. If any of them turn into FCS stars, Nebraska could try to get them into the portal. Should UNO bring back football?
UNL kind of wants to put everything under the same umbrella, though, don't they?
They do.
Yes, they do.
Nice memory, Nick.
Yes, they do. You see, I get where the question is going.
Mm-hmm.
The real quandary is, can they make it work? Can they make it pay off?
Yeah.
Because they would be in FCS football. And they would have to build a new facility. Well, I guess Caniglia is still there. I guess they could repurpose it again, right?
Yeah.
But I thought there were plans to...
You just had to put goalposts in, right?
I thought there were plans to change out Caniglia, wasn't there?
Well, they play soccer there.
They play soccer there, but I thought there was plans to build a new soccer field. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. I mean, football is expensive.
Very.
And, where the revenue comes from, it's not an awful idea.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand the logic behind the question. But I think if UNO is going to bring back football, it's not going to be because there's roster limits and, Nebraska
Correct.
homegrown kids that were going to walk on at Nebraska are now going somewhere else. They're going to do it because they can make money off of it.
And that's the point. That's the hardest part. It's just so expensive.
And UNO has kind of put its eggs in hey, we're the hockey school. We're going to, the hockey. And there's a big investment, not only in dollars, but in people.
See, and that's the thing, right? Like in this market, you can get people to become Mavs hockey fans. And I know that there are still people upset about the football team ending, but making inroads, given that there is a power conference school 50 miles away, that's the difficult part, And so while you're not starting from scratch, you do have an alumni base and you do have fans. I just don't know if the juice is worth the squeeze. So I think we're in agreement. No.
Well, let's talk. Here's another Dolphins related one from
wow.
Darth. Said, me and a buddy of mine had this disagreement. Josh Allen is no more than this generation's Dan Marino. He puts up great numbers, but can't win big games needed, and his prime has slipped away. Has his prime slipped away?
I don't think so. I think
it's a little early to say that his prime has slipped away, but if this continues to go as it has gone, Josh Allen and Dan Marino will be very, very similar.
Yeah, if he never wins the Super Bowl, then yes. The difference, of course, is that Marino came up in the era where the AFC wasn't as good as the NFC.
Correct.
And so, the problem was that, the issue with Dan Marino's career in hindsight is he didn't even make it to the Super Bowl but more than one time. Allen has to go up against Mahomes. I think the comp for Josh Allen at the end of his career is going to be Peyton Manning, because I think he's going to win a Super Bowl. I think he's too good of a player not to. He's not going to win as many Super Bowls as he could have if Patrick Mahomes wasn't a quarterback in the NFL. But I think the issue is, he played a great game in this most recent playoffs. There was nothing more that he could have done. Same thing with the loss to Kansas City a couple years before that. There was nothing more that he could have done at Arrowhead. His defense let him down both times. So I think the better comp is Peyton Manning. But, yeah, if he doesn't...
Well, the better comp is Peyton Manning if he wins.
If he wins, yeah.
And right now, it doesn't... yes, the Bills are always in the conversation, but in a weird way, it doesn't feel like they're close. Because that mental block of getting past Kansas City in the postseason seems like a mountain right now.
Well, but... So here's where I'll disagree slightly. The last two playoff losses to the Chiefs, down to the wire. Overtime for one of them. Last year went down to the wire. The Peyton Manning, not to keep doing Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning was horrible against them in his first 2 playoff losses to the Patriots. Horrible. They scored like 3 points in one, maybe 7 in the other. They were bad. And then they got down 21-3. Come back, won the Super Bowl. Now, he's a guy who won 2 Super Bowls.
See, but I think they had a better team around him. And with the Bills
right now. I agree.
See, I think the Bills right now
and a better
are
coach.
Trending in a wrong direction. They're starting to slip back. Yes, you're right. They have been close, but if there was ever a year where they were going to finally shake the monkey off their back, it was last year.
It should have been last year.
They finally got him at home.
Yep.
It was a Chiefs team that was still,
they beat him in the regular season.
They had beaten him in the regular season in Kansas City.
Buffalo was on an insane run to end the regular season. They had a great finish. They won the division. They won their first playoff game.
They had it, and the Chiefs really dominated them in the second half.
I'm still a buyer. Josh Allen, I'm going to defend you, but please don't let me down.
Shanktopotamus wants to know, would you rather have a great dinner but leave hungry or have a mediocre dinner and leave full? I spent over $200 on a dinner for 2. It was fantastic, but I left hungry.
If it's something that I've never really had before, I don't mind leaving hungry. I'll just go eat some more at home. It's not a big deal to me. But if I'm getting something that I've never had, now, if you're paying $200, that'd be a bummer. But I have mediocre dinners and feel full. It happens. Like, that's life. But I don't have those types of great dinners all the time.
Go home and have a bowl of cereal.
Yeah. Go get some Doritos.
I'm on the same. I think I'm handshake memeing with you.
There we go.
I'm probably in agreement, but I'm also one that feels like if I don't feel like I got my value.
Oh, yeah. You hate that.
I hate that.
Yeah.
And it would have to blow my doors off. It would have to be like, okay, this was awesome. Yeah, I'm a little hungry, but this was awesome.
Mm-hmm.
It would have to be something like that.
For sure. Not like that was good, but yeah,
right.
It needs to be.
And it would probably have to be something that, hey, I'm never going to do this again. Or if I do it, it's not going to be for a very, very, very long time. So yeah, I guess I'll go with the great dinner, but leave hungry.
Speaking of food adjacent, this is more about a drink, though. Declan writes, Taste Test Thursday or Dumb Debate, you decide. So it's a screenshot of a headline that writes, a warm Coke and cold Pepsi are going to taste the same. The body of this story writes, Coke was made before refrigerators, so it was meant to drink warm. Pepsi was made after fridges, meaning it was intended to drink cold. Therefore, if you drink a warm Coke and a cold Pepsi, because their formulas are almost identical, they will end up tasting the same. Now, I don't believe this, but I am open to trying.
I have drank a lot of warm pop. It doesn't bother me. If a pop is warm, it's whatever.
Yeah.
I'll take it out of the pantry. I don't feel like cooling it.
Okay.
I've had both of these pops many times in my life. I have never once thought, man, this warm Coke tastes a lot like Pepsi.
Yeah,
it's different formulas. I know it's close, but different.
Yeah, it's a different thing. Just because they're both dark pop doesn't mean that they're the same.
Yeah, no.
That said, I'm open to trying this. I just don't buy that it's going to be like, oh wow, they are the same.
And
this would be great
I don't know if Pepsi was necessarily formulated because they had refrigeration. Not many people had refrigerators.
No, that was the thing. The comment was it was made to be had warm because there weren't fridges.
Yeah, they were talking about that with Coke.
Yeah, it was made before refrigerators, so it was meant to drink warm.
But Pepsi, he's alleging,
was made after fridges, meaning it was intended to drink cold.
See, I don't believe that because not many people had refrigerators when Pepsi, because what year was Pepsi invented? It was in the 1800s, wasn't it?
Oh, wow, you're right. As Brad's drink.
In what year?
1893.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know when refrigerators became commercially
available.
Yeah.
I mean, there were ice boxes, but not refrigerators. Yeah. See, I don't think Pepsi was manufactured in an era where
1913.
Yeah.
All right. Yep. All right. Never mind.
Yeah.
Sorry, Declan. We disagree.
I'm sorry.
One more before we talk to Schaefer. Nick, your question.
Yes. So we had, was it content yesterday? That person who threw up in an airplane, or no,
we believe
he pooped so bad.
There may have been some explosive diarrhea that led to some intense vomiting on the plane.
Thank you.
And then forced the plane to land early.
So my question is, where is the worst place to throw up?
I mean,
when you're having your $200 great dinner that you don't get full at.
John, that's a good one. I mean, I think public places, if you're movie theater, a football game, first of all, if you're doing a football game, people are like, oh, look at this guy.
Right.
What did he have before the game? So I think it's public places, I think, are the real bad ones. Real bad ones.
See, I am inclined to say airplane because it's an enclosed space. The plane's going to have to land. That's going to inconvenience you, and you're going to have to live with it for however long it takes for the plane to land.
Yeah, the only other, I mean, it would, I think it's definitely a place where, if you're stuck there for a while and other people are stuck there, so any, public transportation, especially an airplane, a jammed elevator.
Funeral. People aren't necessarily stuck there.
Funeral's a good one.
Would you feel bad if you're at this funeral, somebody throws up? Would you feel obligated to just stay? Like, what do you do in that situation?
You watch them throw up. What do you mean stay?
Well, because say it's right before they lower the casket.
Like,
right?
do you feel is the thrower up, or do you feel obligated to stay?
As you're there and you watch the person throw up.
Yeah.
While the casket is about to be lowered.
Yeah.
What do you do? Do you leave, or are you just hanging
Stay
out there
for the rest of the funeral?
You know what? I think we should show up to Nick's funeral and
Throw up?
Yeah.
Probably a solid idea.
And see what happens.
Sorry, you're dying before us, Nick.
Rip.
Coming up, Mike Schaefer.
Let's do it.
Coming up next, 1620 The Zone.
Nick Grimm for Circa Sports Iowa, your home for the Olympics, baseball, football, and more. We had the men's USA team basketball game on in the studio earlier. The U.S. women's team play Belgium tomorrow. The tight money line split has the USA at minus 6,000. Some of the other lines, the Australia women's team is minus 350 over Canada. Japan, only plus 110 over Germany. And if basketball or even the Olympics isn't your cup of tea, then of course, you always have baseball. In-game lines that refresh every single break really make you feel like you're in the thick of the action. And many props as well, which baseball has a lot of. And when you do win a lot, they won't punish you by limiting your account like some of the other guys like to do. Also on the football front, they have lines up right now for week 1 of both the NFL and college football. Also, a couple of contests in Circa Survivor and Circa Million 6 happening right now. $16 million in guaranteed prizes. No rake. Details at circasports.com. So what are you waiting for? Download the sportsbook that lets you bet like a pro anywhere in the state or fields of Iowa. Download Circa Sports Iowa today. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
Mike Schaefer.
There's a part of me that really thinks that there's a Sasquatch.
Mike Schaefer.
I think the issues here are largely football related.
Mike Schaefer.
People are like, oh, the Vikings are terrible. It's like, yeah, terrible teams always go 13-4.
Mike Schaefer.
I don't feel good for anybody. All my entire life is rooting for sports teams that get as tantalizingly close as possible and then don't win.
Mike Schaefer.
I have no joy in my heart for you or you or you.
Mike Schaefer.
It's getting dark out there. We have a severe thunderstorm watch until 10 o'clock. But there are a line of thunderstorms approaching from the west.
That's what happens in the summer.
Let's go live into the field for the Jim Cantori of the program, Mike Schaefer, who is in the middle of the storm right now in Lincoln. Mike, can you hear us? It sounds like things are pretty bad there.
I can hear you. I am watching the storm kick South Lincoln's ass right now. We are without power.
Oh, really? No!
I would say 60, I'm just guessing, 60-mile-an-hour winds, probably more. Trees are like parallel to the ground in some cases. Garbage cans or swimming pools are flying all over the neighborhood. I haven't really seen anything quite like this at this house yet.
I was going to say, you're in a newer neighborhood. How's the power out? Because the power lines are usually be underground.
I think it's out for all of us over here. So it hopefully comes back soon. But yeah, it's pretty wild out here right now.
Well, I'm happy that we decided to do this over the phone then today.
Yeah, there's no way I would be able to do.
No, you don't have power. Thus, you don't have Wi-Fi.
Right. I wouldn't have Wi-Fi. It wouldn't work very well without the Wi-Fi. I was going to say, well, my computer has battery, and then I neglected. You always just sort of assume the internet's just a universal thing, but I guess it has to be plugged in somewhere.
It does.
Indeed, it
does. Certainly does. All right. Well, we'll get further updates from Schaefer as the situation develops. But in the meantime, we asked a question earlier today in the Grum, Schaefer. Is there something about this Nebraska football team that we have overlooked during the offseason?
Oh, good question. Overlooked. I think we've spent a lot of time talking about the wide receiver depth.
Mm-hmm.
I think we've spent a lot of time talking about that it's an old team.
Mm-hmm.
I think we've spent a lot of time talking about it's an old offensive line specifically. I think we've talked a lot about the continuity of just having Donovan Raiola for 3 years now. You had to replace Evan Cooper, otherwise your staff is mostly intact from where you were, a year ago. I think maybe individually, like I had this conversation on the Husker 24/7 podcast a little bit because I don't know that it snuck up on me, but Thomas Fidone being healthy for an entire offseason, have we underestimated the opportunity of someone who was once the number one tight end in the country in the recruiting class of 2021? Are we underestimating what his impact could actually look like on the football field? Because he had a really nice season last year, I think around 250 yards and all of that. But, it came with an offense that couldn't get him the ball in space, couldn't get him the ball to catch and run, struggled to hit him between the numbers. What does it look like with confident quarterback play for someone like Thomas Fidone? I mean, the reason I bring this up is I've spent so much time talking about the wide receivers and how that can elevate the offense. I probably haven't done enough to talk about, Thomas. There's a world where Thomas Fidone could be Nebraska's top receiving target, and I don't even think that's that extreme of an opinion at this point in time.
Schaefer, one of our listeners on YouTube, Theo, first of all, I think his response to John's prompt was quarterback 2, which I would disagree with entirely because we've talked about QB2 a ton this season.
Yeah.
But then he adds...
You mean Jalen Gramstad?
Yeah, he adds, ask Schaefer about his QB2 take. Have you had a new backup quarterback take that we've missed?
No, I mean, it's Heinrich Haarberg. They like Heinrich Haarberg a lot.
Okay.
People don't seem to understand they like Heinrich Haarberg a lot, and they will continue to like Heinrich Haarberg a lot. I don't think there's any change there.
All right, I don't know what I'm supposed to ask you then.
Unless the joke is that maybe Dylan Raiola is going to be quarterback 2, and Nebraska will have the best backup quarterback in the country.
Oh, hey, for those who really care about QB depth, if you actually make Dillon the second quarterback, that solves a lot of those problems.
Yeah, then you're in a really good spot if you have any.
You're like, wow, I really love our backup.
A 5-star.
The morbid curiosity seeker that I am, I would be morbidly curious to see and hear the reaction in the stadium if Harburg, if he just starts the game and he's in there and he's the guy and there's nothing wrong with Dillon. I would be very curious to see what the reaction would be like. That would be my morbid curiosity.
Yeah, I mean, I think you would. Twitter would need to be shut down.
I agree.
The takes would probably melt the internet. So I don't know that I want to. I understand your morbid curiosity.
That's why I said it's morbid.
Don't know that right. I don't know that I want to even spend dip a pinky toe into those waters. They would be scalding.
Shay, for the record, my answer to John's prompt earlier was that the defense, have we overlooked that the defense played a ton of bad offenses last year? I went through the numbers. Scoring offenses that Nebraska played averaged 85th last season. Most of them were well below average. They only played 3 teams that ranked in the top 60 in scoring offense, and those teams combined to score over 30 points per game. Is that something at all? Could we talk you into that, given that they will no longer get to feast on Big Ten West quarterbacks and teams and offenses in 2024?
No, because they're still playing a Big Ten schedule for the most part. You add USC, so you subtract Michigan, you add USC, you still have Colorado. Who was the third one from last year?
It was, Maryland.
Yeah.
And Nebraska basically.
They played very well versus them.
I don't put a lot of stock in that. You play the schedule you play. The schedule that Nebraska's played for years has been bad Big Ten offenses. And you know what they've done with those bad Big Ten offenses? They've made them look exceedingly competent. So, I don't really get into that in large part because I just don't think they're playing that good of a schedule in 2024. I don't, individually talent-wise, what quarterbacks are you scared of that aren't Shedeur Sanders on Nebraska's schedule? They're facing a lot of guys that are in their first go around.
Yep.
There's not, there's just not that many individual components. And part of that is you got Wisconsin and Iowa and Purdue on your schedule. You just don't play these dynamic teams that have dynamic offenses. And I think they want to play relatively in front of you. I'm thinking about Illinois. Wisconsin less so. I think they'd want to be more dynamic, but Tanner Mordecai wasn't. And here's the thing: Nebraska still didn't win those games. So as good as the defense was last year, there's another level for them to get to. If the offense can't help out more.
I asked this question of Sip yesterday. I'm curious what you think. If you had to buy stock in a player, you buy it today and you sell it at the end of the season, who are you buying stock in? Any player on this team?
Just one player?
Just one player.
I tweeted yesterday I want to buy all the available Javin Wright stock. So that one's up there for me. I've been it's hard to say, you have this perception of what you've been saying, and I don't listen to enough of my colleagues, so I don't know where everyone else has been at, but I feel like I've been driving the Jalen Lloyd bus most of the off season. So I feel like I probably need to go with Jalen Lloyd just to stay consistent in that regard, because I've said things like there's a chance he could be an all-conference receiver because I think he has that kind of talent. I think Nebraska, with the sort of arm talent that not backup quarterback Dylan Raiola has, I think they could really utilize that effectively. So I'm going to say Jalen Lloyd just to stay consistent.
Okay.
Shafe, what stood out to you in your conversation with Jamal Banks?
One, just a really impressive kid. His attitude, one of the things that's really interesting, I'm jumping around here. One of the things that's really interesting about the NIL era and the transfer portal era is that these guys get put in situations where he comes into Nebraska and he's a leader in a position room for a team he's never played for and he's leading guys he doesn't know. And so what was interesting was talking to him about what the process is of showing up and knowing that you need to be a leader, knowing that you played more games than pretty much anyone else in that room. And knowing that you're going to be relied upon and viewed in that light, like, how do you go about do it? Now, Jamal Banks is kind of a natural leader. He feels like he's a natural leader. He feels like he was a leader at Wake Forest. He's a leader in his family. He thinks he's a leader at Nebraska. But he said the way that he and Isaiah Nair went about doing it, because they were in the same boat, was they just wanted to get to Nebraska, meet people, observe, listen, then talk. And then, even more than the talking, make sure that their actions backed up everything that they were going to say anyways. And that was make sure you're on time for stuff, be the first one in, the last one out, like all the sort of stuff that you want to hear, but you're hearing it from a guy who has no idea what Nebraska's program is because he just got here in January. And that's why, if you go back, Matt Rule was so lavish with his praise for the type of player that Jamal Banks is and how quickly he is assimilated to Nebraska. And you remember sort of the conversations about Anthony Grant and Tommy Hill and where some guys were at last year about having to learn how to do it the way that Matt Rule wants. Some of that is Jamal Banks just sort of stepped in and was already that person. And so I think the effect that he has had already on guys like Malachi Coleman and Jalen Lloyd and Ja'Cory Barney and the way that he can help this team both on the field and what he's done off the field, I think is really fascinating. I think he's a very valuable piece for Nebraska, in addition to the fact that he could also be their best receiver and might be their best receiver, or his ability to elevate other people and be a leader might help someone else become Nebraska's best wide receiver. It's just kind of all fascinating.
Shave, has the wind died down there yet?
The wind has died down some. Trees are no longer parallel, but we're still shaking out here. We still got a lot of lightning flashing. It is not nearly as dark. It seems like a new dawn is coming.
Is the power back on yet?
Check the light switch. No.
Yeah, it's getting dark here.
Yeah, I just looked up the LES Lincoln Electric System map. There's over 10,000 customers without power, so at least you're not alone. But yeah,
well, hey, 10,000 people can't be wrong.
That's true.
It's a good point.
10,000 votes will swing the election this year, so it's important to make your voice heard. Stand in line.
Is that a paid advertisement for somebody?
Sure sounded like it.
No, just for saying.
Someone from the sales department, make sure Josh paid for that ad. Well, Shay, thanks. We appreciate it. I hope you get your power back soon.
I appreciate it. Real quickly, I just want to say, since John Bishop brought up the Guardians and commented on whether I should be concerned or not, they've ripped off a bunch of wins and they now have the best record in baseball.
That's good. I don't know if you saw this. Yesterday, we had the standings if the White Sox didn't exist. If the White Sox didn't exist, the lead right now for Cleveland would be 10 games over the Twins and the Royals, because those two teams are a combined 20-2 against the White Sox.
Well, and Cleveland has struggled against the White Sox for whatever reason.
Yeah, they're 5-5
for the rest of the division.
Yeah, it's weird. So
They get bored. They play with their food a little bit.
Apparently.
All right. Well, I'm glad, Shafe, because I'm rooting for Cleveland. Go Cleveland.
Oh, interesting.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm rooting for Cleveland.
I'd be happy if you were happy, Shafe.
Yeah.
I appreciate that too, Josh.
All right.
Bye, dude.
Be safe on the drive home, John.
I may be waiting until this blows through.
Indeed.
Mike Schaefer, ladies and gentlemen, Husker 24/7, joining us on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline.
It's bad out.
It is. The winds gusting up to 80 miles an hour, and we're watching Ranby right now, and yes, the sleeves are up. But he's got radar estimated 74 mile an hour winds just on the outskirts of town near Waterloo. And
God, I don't think I'm going to be able to get home after.
The wife just shot me a video of our back deck, and
How's that going?
She said all the yard decorations are gone.
Yeah, I heard from someone in Lincoln who said, let's see, I maybe have never seen anything like this. Quite the sentence, but also I may have to rebuild my backyard.
Oh.
Yeah, not great. Not great. Stay safe out there, everybody.
Yeah, I was gesturing earlier. Apparently the sirens were going off.
Yeah, Sam says, hell yeah. We have ominous Omaha tornado sirens going off. Another weather grum.
Yeah.
Sam, if I remember right, lives way out west.
Yeah.
Way out west Omaha. Yeah.
Sky said something similar.
It is very, very dark. So severe thunderstorm warning in effect here in Omaha. And
Brunt's just tweeted out a picture of a tree that snapped.
Yeah, there's a lot of trees down.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of trees down. And how I hope I didn't break that. I bet it did. I bet it broke our umbrella. Damn it!
Damn it.
Thank you.
Damn it! Oh, damn it!
Hey, I do have something to maybe make you a little happier, or maybe lift up the mood of people, as they're all frustrated with the weather and how it's going to affect them. Think about Friday and this week's zone deal to Copal.
Yes.
$25, you get $50 worth of vouchers.
Well, if we lose our power, and hopefully they don't lose it at Copal.
Bingo.
You'll have to eat at Copal. So this would be a good.
You get to eat at Copal.
Well, yes, you get to eat at Copal.
Yeah.
And you can save money 2 for $25.
Mm-hmm.
2 $25 gift certificates for $25. 1620thezone.com. It opens Friday morning at 9.
Nice.
We will continue here.
Hopefully.
We'll monitor the weather situation. But it is very dark. Severe thunderstorm warning. Gusty winds, very gusty winds, up to 80 miles an hour are possible in the Omaha metro area. So just batten down the hatches. Things are going to get a little dicey here very shortly, if they haven't already, in some portions of the metro on 1620 The Zone.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Content.
Content that's unsportsmanlike.
The wife has sent me some of the pictures from Lincoln. Our neighbor's tree came down in their backyard and part of their fence came down. But a lot of tree damage. These are 80-mile-an-hour winds. I'm watching Ranby right now, and they're still estimating 75-mile-an-hour winds out by Valley. Mitch Sherman, who lives in Gretna, just tweeted that the storms have hit Gretna. So it is on its way, folks, here. There's going to be very gusty winds. Ooh, wow, 97.
Wow. Good God.
Out by Waterloo, just, is that Dodge Street? Yeah. Oh, no, it's north of Dodge. I'm sorry. Wow. So that's near, no, it's south of Bennington. But man. So very gusty wind. So if you do hear the tornado sirens going off, it's not for a tornado warning, but we have very strong straight line winds coming into the metro. So please, especially if you're out on the road, you might find a place to pull over and just kind of wait it out. And if you
it looks like the updates, a lot of these updates are saying that it's going to expires at either 6:15 or 6:30 is when it'll dip on through into Iowa.
Right. Yeah. But
we still got some time.
But it is very, very windy. It's extremely dark here in
again,
Midtown.
A lot of people who are in Lincoln are just describing like the wind speed. Amy Just from the Journal-Star said the closest thing I can point to in my life experience was Hurricane Zeta. So
I mean, those are. I mean, what is the? I can't remember. I think it's 75-mile-an-hour sustained winds or hurricane force.
Oh wow!
So 90-mile-an-hour is hurricane force winds. Now, of course, with the hurricane, it's constantly blowing for several hours. Right? This is a thunderstorm, 15, 20 minutes, but it can do a lot of damage in a short period of time. So again, find a safe space, get off the road if you can. And just wait it out.
Or don't get on the road.
If
you are finishing
and
up your job like
in the
we
backyard that you can save, just bring it inside.
Yeah.
Like your yard decorations.
Hopefully you delivered that car to somebody, the 4th of July vehicle that was below your deck that we talked about.
Oh, yeah, he's already got it.
Okay, good.
Their kids already repainted it.
Hopefully it's in the garage at that home right now.
Yeah, so they're in good shape.
Nick, take it away.
Many people on many sites were very happy to see that friend of the Grum, Bill Connolly, had Ndamukong Suh as the #1 college football player since 2000. Are you surprised?
Yes and no. Yes, in that, hey, it's not a quarterback. But no, in that Bill Connolly, as a lot of analytics people are, tend to think a little outside the box and would tend to maybe lean into a non-ball carrying person. And Suh was absolutely devastating at his position. Now, the crazy thing is, he really was only at that level for about a year and a half. I mean, he was good, but we really didn't start to see that Suh until halfway through the 2008 season.
Yeah, and that's why what I like about this list, it is not best career. Because I know that there were some people who were like Cam Newton, #3. He only started 1 year. But you just bring up the point with Suh. His career or his time in the limelight was a year and a half. Hell, that was just for us, really. Nationally, it was mainly a year. So for the reasons that you mentioned, I'm not surprised that Bill went with him #1. As he wrote at the very end, I realize we don't give Heismans to defensive players, but it's still utterly inexcusable that he didn't win the Heisman that year. Best player of the 2000s and one of the best of all time.
Amen, Bill.
Want to know what, speaking of, Bill Belichick is doing in his first football season away from the sidelines since at least 1970?
Sure.
He's doing once-a-week hits on Pat McAfee. He's showing up with the Mannings on Monday Night Football. He's an analyst on Inside the NFL.
Analyst.
And he has his own show on the Underdog Fantasy app. He'll be everywhere, yet easy to avoid.
Yeah, I don't participate in any of those things. I don't watch McAfee. I mean, the Manning cast, like, it was cool at first, but I don't really ever watch it. I definitely don't watch Inside the NFL, and I don't care enough about fantasy football. So I hope he does well, but I won't really be paying attention to a whole lot of Bill. Just like John wasn't paying attention to me right now, I won't be paying attention.
It is like nighttime dark out
it's
there.
Dark. It's dark.
Advanced
I mean, this is as dark as I have ever seen it prior to a thunderstorm arriving at this time of day. I mean, it is almost nighttime dark out there right now. It's crazy. But yes, Josh is right. I mean, if you don't watch McAfee, if you only watch the standard Monday Night Football broadcast, Inside the NFL's on the CW, I believe.
Yeah.
And who gets the Underdog Fantasy app? But it's crazy. I looked that up. It's at least since 1970. It's at least since 1970 since Bill Belichick hasn't been on the sidelines for a football game, because his coaching career goes back to the 70s or the mid 70s. And then before that, he played college and high school football.
Mm-hmm.
And he's not going to be on a sideline. It might be like 60 years, because I bet he was probably helping out his dad.
He was definitely doing
Academy.
some stuff.
So, yeah, it's this is going to be a weird for him.
Earlier this week, John Arand of Puck mentioned an idea that would surely have all of us excited. The NBA airing a game after Super Bowl 60 in February of 2026. What do we think about that?
Why are you laughing?
What you talking about?
Interesting.
I mean,
John doesn't care. You just want to talk about weather. Should we punt on content?
No. I'm honestly surprised it's never been done before. That the NBA didn't try to schedule something after the Super Bowl. Now,
back in the day, though, like scripted programming was the bee's knees. People liked scripted programming.
Well, I'm not even talking. I'm not even saying it has to be on the same network as the Super Bowl.
Oh, I see what you mean.
I'm saying like, if ESPN or
game?
Turner, say, hey, let's do an NBA game at 9:30 or so.
That's an interesting idea, because you know what? A few years ago, Netflix released a movie and they were like, it drops after the Super Bowl. And I remember watching the movie after the Super Bowl. I think that this is a really cool idea. I'm like the story, the awful announcing right up on it wondered if the NFL would be like, they wouldn't like this. Like, you're going out to a competitor. But I mean, if the season's over, you're not really competing with the NBA. And also, the NFL destroys the NBA. So I think it'd be a cool idea if they were able to pull it off.
By the way, the sirens are going off again. Jack Mitchell just tweeted out the Midas store in Lincoln at 70th and O had its roof blown off.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, this
looks like December right now.
It is again, it's as dark as I can ever remember at this time of day prior to the arrival of a storm. It is pitch.
Here comes the rain.
Yep. The rain's coming in, but the wind is there. I've been watching Ranby. There's 80 plus mile an hour winds associated with this. So please find a place to either pull off the road for a while or do what you can. But, by the way, tornado warning now issued. Tornado warning has been issued here in the Omaha metro area. We'll get the details here in just a moment. But that just came across my phone. My guess is
what county is that in?
That's here. That's okay. Omaha. That's Omaha. And here comes the rain here in Midtown. But yes, tornado warning, and there's the Polygon. Just went up on Channel 7. So, Nick, why don't we get, if we can get Mr. Ranby ready to go, and we'll go to Bill Ranby here in the KETV News. Does it have to come off that TV? All right, Nick or Josh, if you want to adjust that TV.
Yep.
And there it is.
The volume needs to be turned on too, Nick. Oh, yeah, there we go. Cool. Good to go.
All right, so let's go to Bill Ranby now live in the KTV Newswatch 7 Weather Center. Tornado warning now for the Omaha metro area.
In this area just between Exarban and Irvington, where you've got that potential little spin, what they look for on the leading edge of these things. Here's our radar, and then here's the velocity. You could make a case that there's a little bit of a weakness here. Whether or not there's a tornado, it looks like there are 80-mile-per-hour winds coming across these areas. And just look at the boxes we've got flashing there now. So tornado warning, possible tornado on the leading edge. To me, it's irrelevant. I mean, look at the winds that we've got. That whole area of green is winds of 60 to 80 miles per hour. That's such a wide swath that's getting hit by this. Here's the, again, sampling, 92, 81, 76. This is throughout that whole area, Waterloo, Elkhorn, Skyline, Valley, and then back to Boys Town, the whole area, seeing super strong winds coming in from the west. Just going to be a ton of tree damage. And unfortunately, I imagine we're getting more and more power outages. I don't know, Maureen, if you have access to pull that up, but that'd be something to look at. You get an idea of the strength of the wind that comes through here. All right, this is the Weather Service's radar showing reflectivity. So in this, you're seeing the heavy rain that's over western half of Douglas County, almost all of Sarpy County, much of Cass County, and this is coming eastward here. And then this is their velocity. It sort of looks like this because the wind is coming toward here and away there. These are all away winds. And then this is our radar, which again is just so useful in a situation like this because all these winds out here are still coming toward the radar at 72nd at Crown Point, and they're blowing basically from the west. So we get an almost perfect dead on look at the wind speeds here. So Bennington, go ahead, Maureen. Cass and Saunders County reporting 3,000 power outages, but I'm certain we're going to get many, many more once this comes in. The radar showing 80 to 90 mile per hour winds in this area from Bennington down to Boys Town, and now approaching 680 here. So this continues to advance through the rest of the metro. All right, let me go back and give you a leading edge on this. We don't know that there's a tornado, but there's a tornado warning, and the sirens are sounding. It's the leading edge there where
Bill, and when it comes
strongest winds. Go ahead, Luke.
To that tornado warning, it looks like there was a storm spotter that saw, they're saying north of 72nd and Dodge, just rotation in the air. They watched it pass over, which is something we don't recommend you do. Definitely be in a safe place right now. And once it passed over, it stopped rotating. So hopefully that means we are not at threat for a tornado touching the ground here. And when you have hurricane force winds, which we can compare this to hurricane force winds, a small spin up tornado, it's kind of really the threat area is the whole front line right now, as you mentioned, Bill.
Yeah, for sure, Luke. And we just want folks to, be inside, wait for it to go. Power just surged here at KETV. Is that right, Rob?
Yeah, we actually have went from the 3,900 or so power outage, just doubled that.
Okay.
It's at 69. There's 1,400 in Douglas and 1,700 in Sarpy.
Yeah, and I imagine that's going to just keep on going up here. It's almost sort of hard to track here, but what I've got is a new sort of path. So right into downtown Omaha, the leading edge is here right about now, Carter Lake 553. There's 90th and Dodge, so that's about where that little, area rotation sort of pass through. But look at the wind, look at the rain sweeping along Dodge there, blown along by what appears on our radar to be winds of 70 to 80 miles an hour. Look at that car. Look at the crosswind on that. My goodness. Better off just to wait this out. This is going to take, 15 minutes, maybe 20 minutes to go through any given location. It appears to be quite a wide swath of the very heavy winds that are coming on through. And as I'm looking at it on the radar here, we still have the very strong winds coming through most of the western half of Douglas County. And this green is wind coming from the west to the east. And then what you're looking at on our camera there from American National Bank is rain being blown very hard by the wind from west to east. So you see the traffic there. And it is dark. I mean, it is practically nighttime darkness with the very heavy rain coming on down there. Tough stuff. The whole area from Bennington to Elkhorn to Boys Town, still in this very, very strong wind. And let's just look at a few spots in there as we close in on Douglas County here. And the radar is estimating 92, 80, 75.7. So much like we've seen. And now some of these winds are getting onto the other side of the radar. So this is already having passed the radar site and going away. 42.7, that would be blowing this way. So this is kind of the leading edge right now right along the North Freeway to Carter Lake, and then between downtown and Council Bluffs, right through there. And then this is I-80, and then where it splits, 29 goes south, and 80 moves out to the northeast. So the leading edge wind is almost there. So you folks over here in Underwood and Neola and Minden, Quick, Trainer, when you look back to the west, you're seeing that shelf cloud now, that lowered cloud base. That's the leading edge of the strong wind, and some of the very strongest appear to be up here, Bennington, Irvington, Boys Town. Wow, look at that, sweeping through. I don't know how folks are driving in that. I mean, this is going to cause, look at that. Wow, this is going to cause tremendous tree damage across the city here and power outages as people.
Yep. Bill, I've been getting a few damage reports in here and now multiple wind reports. Obviously, when it gets closer to a populated area, the reports start to flood in. A commercial building, the roof just blown off in Waterloo. Yep. And then we got an 80-mile-per-hour wind gust 2 miles southwest of Papillion. That was about 5 or 10 minutes ago.
Goodness.
So just tremendous strength with the wind here. And as we've just been pointing out the frontline winds this entire time, because that's definitely what people need, the information that's necessary right now.
Luke, look at that intersection there. I mean, people, I don't know if they know what they're doing. I mean, you got some people have stopped. Some people are trying to turn. People are driving with their flashers, emergency lights on just because they, you know, you can't drive like you want to, and you probably should just get out of the way and wait for this to sort of move on through here. What a storm coming on through the Omaha Metro. So there's going to be a ton of cleanup to do with this. And again, the leading edge winds are already approaching the Missouri River kind of diagonally already. So just southwest of Fort Calhoun. If I move the radar up a little bit to the north, you'll see they are almost into Blair. But the strongest winds are probably with this right here. So having come through Bennington, not quite to Fort Calhoun, and that's the leading edge of some of the very strongest winds. This is the radar from Valley and what they're sampling. And boy, I mean, just like what our radar is showing, here you go, Bennington. Yeah, go ahead and put it up, Maureen. We've got live video. The radar from Valley is showing winds to 100 miles an hour. This is I-80. Do we know where Maddie is at? This is Maddie Augustine near 84th Street. And, you know, that actually looks tolerable for driving, and people are going slower than they normally would be, obviously. But the winds we saw on Dodge were just tough to try and drive through. Obviously, a lot of folks with their flashers on, you know, they want to be letting folks know we're driving slower than we normally would, and that's the safe thing to do. But it is just about like nighttime because of this thunderstorm, and again, driving on through the area. So tremendous winds continue.
It looks like maybe a new tornado warning, Bill. This one for Pottawatomie County, Iowa. Very similar to the previous tornado warning. It just looks like it's radar indicated. But even if there was a tornado on the ground, the straight line winds would probably equal the winds that would be rotating if there was a small spin up.
That's awesome, Luke. I mean, heads up there right before they put the warning appeared on our screen here, but it's this spot right here. I mean, just about over South Council Bluffs and Lake Manawa, you know, just a little bit of tiny bit of torn away, but you're right. 20,000 outages and climbing, and this again is moving over Council Bluffs, Trainer, but really it's the wind. I mean, look at the camera that we're showing you there. That's Dodge at 90th Street, and the winds continue to surge. This is not just one little gust. I mean, this is impacting much of the city, and this is going to cause a tremendous amount of damage. And we've got so many trees that are going to be getting knocked down, have been knocked down. And again, we're going to have power outages that are going to last a while here. So that leading edge continues to work through. And we still are showing these super strong winds from our radar up in this area between Bennington and Irvington. So still the west winds are blowing there. And I'll just sample it in through here. We still have 72, 78, 72, 68.7, 82 miles per hour. So much like the Weather Service's radar, our radar is showing this. And, you know, this is that area kind of between Maple and Fort and State, sort of up around the Players Club area. and from there up into north central Douglas County.
Hey, Bill, we just got a wind report of 89 miles per hour in Louisville for Cass County, Nebraska.
Wow.
I think that's the strongest one I've seen. And again, I'm going to compare this to hurricane force winds. This is like if a Category 1 hurricane was moving over you. That's how strong these winds are. So it's just brutal out there.
I mean, that or even worse than a Category 1, Luke. I mean, we've got these winds and they're extending over a very, very large
Tornado
area.
warning continuing here in the Omaha Metro. Again, it's not a tornado as in a confirmed sighting or a radar indicated tornado, but the winds are so strong. You just heard the boys at Channel 7 talking about it. This is really like a Category 1 hurricane in terms of the winds, and the wind is really gusting here in Midtown with the rain blowing up against our building. It's hard to see outside.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like once the sun goes down during winter time out here. It is. It went from sunny to cloudy, and what has moved in over the last 15 to 20 minutes is crazy.
This is the classic term is derecho, just a very strong straight line winds that come off of a tornado, it comes off a severe thunderstorm. And that's what we have blowing through right now. So again, we are involved in this. We just had a power flash here and at 50th and Capitol. But this is in effect for at least the next 15 minutes, and in Pottawatomie County, stretching off into Iowa until 6:45. So just be advised, the threat is the straight line winds and the heavy rain. And obviously, visibility is down. You can't drive through this, folks.
No,
You
don't.
really try not to drive
Yeah, if you're
through
at the
this.
office still, or certainly if you're watching us at home, don't head out there.
Yeah,
anytime
wait this
soon.
one out. Wait this one out.
Yeah.
It should be passing by relatively soon.
Yeah, just got a note that power is out at 69th and Dodge. There was a comment from Tony on the YouTube. We lost power at 120th and Dodge, so certainly that is going to happen.
Ooh, and unfortunately, it looks like we just lost our signal for TV, so that's gonna reset. Oh, there it is. It's back again.
Okay.
So we'll get that back up, and we'll get you back into Bill Ranby. That'll wrap things up for the Grum. But we're going to take you back to live weather coverage from KATV Newswatch 7. And then hopefully once everything starts to die down, Jimmy and John will be able to go on with a normal episode of
normal-ish
episode of After Hours. But we're going to continue to bring you severe weather coverage here on 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com. We will be back with a fresh Grum tomorrow. Stay safe out there, everyone. Tornado warning continuing here into the 6 o'clock hour now for Omaha Metro until 6:15 in Douglas County, 6:30 in Pottawatomie County in Iowa. Let's go back now to Bill Ranby here. Oh, there went the power. The power is out. Are we still streaming on the internet?
Nope, that has gone down as well.
Yep, that has gone down as well.
So we're just talking to ourselves
so
right
now.
now.
We're talking.
No
to
one is
ourselves.
listening to us.
Nobody's listening. The power is out.
Well, that means the stream stopped. So.
Yeah, I might as well end the stream.
All right. Well, I can't even click it.
I can click it. I think mine's the only
Nick's
thing that's working.
available.
Hi,
say
guys.
Say goodbye, Nick.
All right. Goodbye, everybody. Stay safe. We appreciate you. Don't drive in this. And you're awesome. Bye.